I said 3, 2. There we go. Okay, so now we're live and everything. Give us everybody a chance to do the tagging and stuff. I'd already gotten a message from Eric. He was like, "Yo, so is this at 7 o'clock or what?" And I told him we got some technical issues. He's like, "All right, I get it." So I appreciate him. He's like, "Yo, I'm getting on right now. Like this is what's going on. I'm getting on right
Yeah,
now.
that's cool.
Not just now, but right now." He is great peoples. He's great peoples. We are absolutely gonna have him on the podcast. I'm just trying to get everything in order so that we can. Want to make sure that it is.
First and foremost, that we don't continue to have technical difficulties.
That's that. Cause look,
Because it has been ghetto over here.
that is an understatement to be sure. So how was you guys' day and weekend and week been? I know Tina said that she has had a weekend, or a week. I'm sorry, she said she had a week in racist people, which I can't stand. Hey, Eric, I see you, sir.
I this is a crazy week. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
we
sir.
hear you.
Okay. I didn't know because it seemed like I was cut. My inside of my thing sounded like it was cutting off. No, it's just crazy week.
If I could just get my mail, I'd be good.
And that seems like such a small ask. Like it shouldn't take all of that to get the stuff that you need. That's craziness.
Yeah, my whole thing is that when you get people like that, the audacity is what gets me. It's not so much that you're racist, but you're so audacious in what you do, as if you're going to get away with it. And then it tells me how much they have gotten away with it over time. So, yeah, that's what gets me, and it makes me mad. It makes you want to, but we deal with these things every day in some capacity.
But it's so nice of the postmaster to visit us so frequently.
Yeah.
I don't think I love. I'll give you this. I love the positive spin you put on it. That's a way to go about it. Because Lord knows, I sure enough wouldn't have that kind of positive spin on it.
Well, what happens is that we have to start documenting, spend more time documenting people, because what happens is if you just call the postmaster and complain, you have no idea if that person is actually putting in a record, right? Or they're just giving you FaceTime, phone time on the on the phone. So going to the actual USPS and complaining to the boss and issuing a complaint and having them to email you back a response that is documented puts you in a better position to argue with this against this type of behavior. And I think that's what this person has done. I think that's what he's gotten away with. We a lot of times we don't we just call. Now we have to document these things. So we documented it. I've had an instance with this individual where I could have popped him in the face, to be honest with you, but he came and delivered a package for Tina. Now we watch him deliver stuff to our other neighbors. That's the other issue. If the post box is full, he will actually bring it to their porch. He won't do it for us. But what he did was
Wow.
he put our package in front of the porch. He didn't even put it on the porch, and he rang the bell. By the time I got down to go to the porch to go get it, I opened the door. He starts screaming from his truck in the front of my driveway, "Do you want your package?" He didn't have to say anything to me. So this individual has a personal issue. You know, he's an
It
old,
sounds like it.
he's an old, bigoted guy, I believe. That's my opinion of it. So hopefully he'll be fired. That's what I told them today. I said I think that the best thing to do, if he's consistently doing this and you find that he's doing this to other people, he needs to be fired. Maybe he needs to retire.
Quick, fast, and in a hurry. That's right. Because I
Yeah, but I
promise you,
really
he does
hate
not.
to. Yeah, I hate that's the case because I used to carry. Um, I used to carry when we were stationed in Maryland.
Oh, you was talking about carrying the mail. I thought
For
you was talking about carrying the strap. I'm like, Tina over there with the blicky. Cheap.
No, over here we have the right to protect our property, so I wouldn't want to, do that and then give cause for why they're not doing their job. But I used to work for the Glen Burnie, Maryland area postal service, and it's like you'd be surprised how difficult it is to get the attention that something like this is happening, especially in this era. And it seems like we're in
Mm-hmm.
such an era right now that I know you said this isn't the segue for the gatekeeping, but there's a big problem because there's so many people that's gatekeeping, and they're the reason why these problems persist. As opposed to, oh, okay, well, your issue, we're going to remove the issue to increase productivity and desirable services.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you. I promise you, I'm with you. Feel like we all need to take another breather. Like that's it's been that kind of stuff. So okay, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna go ahead and jump right in. We're gonna go ahead and get started. Let me get over to the right screen so I can do that. Oh no, I got a quick question since y'all are you know Denver-ish kind of natives now. Not so much natives, but in that area. Are y'all y'all following the NBA playoffs? Are y'all basketball fans at all?
I used to be, man. I don't watch it as much as I did.
You're muted.
You're
Kenny.
muted.
Muted.
Yeah, I used to follow some of it, and it's like because here, just here alone, they're extremely passionate. Let's say it that way. And they do not want to see you sporting another team, or it'll be an issue. And I mean, like, an issue meaning an attack, even. So,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like they take it so serious. Like, it's like you telling people your religion or your politics. That's how deep it is. So I kind of like, keep it to myself, and I don't really follow like that because it's more political now than ever.
Okay. How about you, sir?
Well, I used to watch it. I don't watch as much as I used to in the past. One of my issues with Denver is sort of what Tina has to say, but also I a lot of it, man. As you look through the things that's going on in professional sports, it's very hard for me to deal with some of the things that I see that's going on in professional sports. Not just basketball, but throughout, especially for
Mm-hmm.
minorities, right? And it's hard for me. I would like to be more present and watch stuff like that, like I used to when I was younger. But when you see so much manipulation, mistreatment, lies, hypocrisy, and these organizations are mostly owned by white men. Now there may be black men who are bought and black women who are bought into it, but they're mostly controlled by white men. And you look at that whole was it Daniel Sterling a couple of years ago. You look at how they really look at you,
Mm-hmm.
and it almost is akin to slavery. You look at how they use the term. They went from team owner, team manager. The NBA has gotten better and going back to those terms. But for a while, as we were coming through the 70s and the 80s, when they started to bring blacks more into these games, then they changed their names from owner, administrator to master or owner, right? And that right there shows you that there is some real thought here on what it is that they're doing. So it kind of pulls me back. I'll follow it by numbers, by statistics, and see what's going on. But other than that, I don't usually watch unless it's something that's a big game. Then I might, if I'm there, I might sit down and watch it.
Well, I am truly hoping that your Denver Nuggets or the Denver Nuggets, since that's your city, I'm truly hoping y'all beat the tar out of the Lakers. I really don't want to see LeBron back in another finals. I'm just tired of it. Like I have no beef with him
Let
anymore.
that man be
As
great.
I got no beef anymore with him as a great. Like I'm now off of that thing. He's not the greatest of all time, but I have no more beef with like I used to feel really passionate about people when they would say he's the greatest of all time, because he's not. But now I'm in a space where I'm like, okay, he is a great and arguably one of the greatest in my generation. Like he's top 2 greatest in my generation that I've ever seen before. I'm old enough to have seen Jordan pre-dynasty and then what people say is the decline in the Wizards, although it really isn't if you know how to look at the stats and know what the Washington Wizards were before him and what they were on the verge of prior to his injury, which is why he retired the second time. Like I get it. So, but he's not. He'll never be Jordan. He is 20 years in doing what he's doing. Got no beef with him. However, I don't like AD. Just not a fan of his, and it makes it easier to continue to make sure that LeBron stays number 2 and not even close to number 1 if he doesn't make this finals. So y'all are up 2-0. I need y'all to go ahead and sweep him and get the job done. I would greatly appreciate it. It's part of why I brought that up. I'm like, yeah, I think a good sweeping is in order. I need that for my life. Like that.
Now, when they had like Jordan and Pippen and all those guys, now that was thrilling. That was entertaining, and I thoroughly enjoyed that. But in Chicago, they weren't as passionate against other team, fans of other teams as you would see here in Colorado. The entire
I don't know about that one.
Well,
because in '96 I'm a Phoenix Suns fan, and like because I'm a huge Charles Barkley fan. And in 1996, the Chicago Bulls played the Phoenix Suns in the finals, and I remember this like it was my own birthday or something that very important that happened to me because I'm still that hurt about how they cheated. And Scottie Pippen fouled Kevin Johnson Scottie Pippen fouled Kevin Johnson on the last shot in Game 6 that would have taken the game to go to Game 7, Jordan's first Game 7. And all throughout that series, because I'm a huge Charles Barkley fan, I'm rooting for Chuck. I'm rooting for the Phoenix Suns. And when I tell you,
because you were a hater,
the fights, it wasn't even being a hater. Like I love Mike. Mike is my second favorite player of all time. He's just not Charles Barkley. I became a Charles Barkley fan when I saw the commercial he put on where he said, "I'm not a role model." To me, to spit in the face of what people were trying to make him be, it was epic to me because I understood what he meant. It wasn't him saying, "I don't want your kids to look up to me." It was him saying, "I'm not going to force myself into this box of what you want a role model to be like. You want a role model to go ahead and take this crap from these fans. I'm not about to do that. A fan spit on me, I'm going to knock his teeth out." And Charles has been known to go up in the stands well before Ron Artest and them did it. He was known to go up in the stands and tussle with a fan. He'll tell a fan in a minute, "Come find me, I'll hurt you." Like I'm not this clean cut dude that you want me to be. And I was like, be you. I like that.
Yeah, you have the right to defend yourself. Any assault, you have the right to legally.
And not if you're a player.
Yeah.
Not if you're an athlete, because Ron Artest lost a huge chunk of his career for essentially being what we would consider to be, especially now in modern times, assault. The fan came and threw some stuff at him, had no business throwing at him. He reacted in the heat of the moment like people would do, and he has taken the brunt of all of the malice in the palace, as they call it. He's the face of it.
Even though when you look at that, though, but again, that goes down to that was one of my turning points too. When you watch, that was in Indiana. When you watch the way they will cheer you, they will watch you, they will even act like they like you, up until you are against them, up until you are an adversary, and then they feel like you owe them something. They were throwing things at the players onto the court. But when you look at it, when those players reacted to these short midgets coming down to fight these 7 foot tall men,
Right.
and they got the crap beat out of them. Everybody was like, "Oh, this is horrible." And the way that the media portrayed it with Artest and all of them was that they're the bullies, not that they're defending themselves, not that they didn't know if these fans had weapons on them or whatever it may be. If you watch professional wrestling, if a person jumps over that banister and gets in the ring with a professional wrestler or a
I've seen
boxer,
it. They
they will beat
stomp
the
them.
crap out of you. But if you go back and look at the territory wrestling, you understand why. Because people have
Yep.
been knifed, people have been had guns, people jumping in there with guns in their hand, because people get outside of reality and start to go after folks. And so you really have to understand that, that and it's crazy that they do this stuff to the league, to these players, because it is. It's unfair, and then we got to be careful too as people, because what we do is we say, oh, you know what, they make millions of dollars, so they deserve that mistreatment. I don't care what you make. If you go to a job and you're making $20,000 a year, that doesn't give anybody the right to come in and spit in your face because you make
I know that's
$20,000
right.
a year. If you're making $100,000 a year, it doesn't give people the right to come and disrespect you or treat you like garbage or to hold you back or do things to you because you're making money. And people say, well, you've made more money than anybody in our family. Who cares? They don't have that right. And so that's something that we have to start looking at.
All right.
This is why I was a Charles Barkley fan, because that I am not a role model. It was the lifeblood of that statement. You don't have the right to treat me or talk to me or deal with me any kind of way you want to, and I'm going to show you that I'm not, that you can't do that. And so, the Bulls fans and Bulls people, they were one people. They were one of the people that. Or one of the fandoms, I should say, that were very, very egregious in their fandom. If you weren't rocking with the Bulls back then, we may have to tussle ourselves. And so I was walking around proudly. So that's not support. That is abuse. That's because you're from Chicago. That's why you say it's support. That's abuse.
Support.
But that sounds like a good point to start as Angel starts. We're going to go ahead and get our intro in and get started with this wonderful edition of the Real Talk.
This is Real Talk. Real Talk Radio. This is Real Talk. High Praise Ministries presents Real Talk. Real Talk. This is Real Talk. Real Talk Radio. This is Real Talk. High Praise Ministries presents Real Talk. Real Talk. Real Talk.
All right. Welcome to yet another edition of the Real Talk Podcast. I am, as always, your host, Jesse Jones. I'm here once again with, I won't say the co-founder, but she is enough of a co-founder that I'm going to call her a co-founder. Like, Real Talk was around a little before her, actually. Most people don't know about me. Way back in the day, me and my boy Russell, we tried to do it. I've had this since I was a kid in my mind, but she has been around long enough that I guess I can say she's kind of a co-founder. She is, don't look at me like that. She is the one, the only, the vivacious, the one, only Miss Philanda. Say hi to folks, baby.
Hi, family.
Hi, family. And we have with us, back by popular demand. And I thank them for also not only accepting the invitation from being back from popular demand, but also accepting it late. Because again, this has been a weekend. It has been all kinds of stuff. We have first and foremost, he is the founder of the Erudition Network. He is one of the most educated men I have ever encountered, especially as it relates to understanding and knowing his history. He is the didactic. I got to get my college words up for him.
Wow.
Yeah. He is the prominent, the preeminent, the outstanding, the verbose, the powerful man that he is, the one and only Mr. Eddie Phillips.
Well, thank you for that for that intro. And all of those wonderful words. I appreciate it.
All of them,
No,
all
it's
of them
good
are
to be
true.
back. It's good. It's good to be back.
I am so glad that you're here. He is the host of the Interactive Black History and Session. I love him. I appreciate him. And I promise you, before today is over, I don't know what topic is going to get in, but I promise you we're going to get some Black history in. He going to get it in just so you understand where things have come from and where we're going, so you can understand what's going on right now. I appreciate him for it. He's the one known to Eddie Phillips. And as always, alongside him, it is his wonderful wife. She is the powerful. She is the hilarious, the fun-loving. She loves to bring a good argument as well as a good laugh to the program. She is the host of, make sure I say it right, Adroit Living. Is that, did I say it right? Did I get it right? Okay. The host of Adroit Living. She is the one, the only, the phenomenal Miss Tina Phillips, a.k.a. Pumpkin. Say hi to folks, Miss Ma'am.
Oh, she muted.
Nope, she ain't muted now, but can't hear you. That ain't that just like another. There we go.
Okay, there we go. Thank you for the introduction. And sorry about the mic. I just tried to block the feedback.
That's all right. I appreciate it. It's all right. We got you. They are here. Excuse me. They are here, as I said, back by popular demand. I appreciate them for coming on. I appreciate them for doing what they do. It is a wonderful privilege and honor to have them a part of the podcast. It really, really is. And we in for a treat today. I promise you, you were in for a treat today. So I figured we should go ahead and get started, shall we?
Shall we?
Okay, so in the news, as we were talking about off air, in the news, it has been just a continued thing over and over and over again. This situation with a basketball player named Ja Morant. And it touches so many different issues and avenues. You can deal with this in terms of an NRA standpoint. Understanding that in all of this that has gone on with them, the NRA has been extremely silent. Of the gun rights folk won't say nothing to the NBA about what they're doing to John Morant. And all he did was flash the thing that they are famous for. But I digress. You could talk about it in terms of dealing with your people around you and understanding your circle. You can deal with it in terms of self-accountability. But for those that are not familiar with it, allow me to try to break it down as quickly as possible. John Morant is a basketball player for the Memphis Grizzlies. He's a really talented young brother. He really is. Give him all his props. He's a really talented brother. He's doing his thing, right? And so as he has been rising in his stardom, I believe this is still his first contract. He's still in his first 4 or 5 years in his contract. He has had a slew of issues, and the most prominent is what just happened. So let me go to the most prominent, these last 2 issues that just happened, and then as we dialogue, we can talk about the issues that he's had, because he's had a slew of them, right? So about a month and a half or so ago, something like that, he was in a nightclub, decided to go on IG Live, and flash this teeny tiny little gun. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that. It was like this little pea shooter. In order to kind of, keep that edgy gangster kind of persona, although I've never seen a gangster with a gun that small. Like, that gun was small. Mm-hmm. It was like if you are a man and you're trying to, and you know how they say we sometimes overcompensate with other things bigger. He ain't overcompensating for nothing. There's no way you can use that and say you were overcompensating at all, right?
So you saying he kept it real?
Like, I don't know if he kept it real or not, but I know that gun was small. Like, it literally was like about like this big, something like that. It could almost be mistaken for a lighter. It's kind of how they had it. And so once that went live, the NBA immediately sprung into action because of their morality clause and all this other stuff. And they decided, what we're going to do is we're going to suspend you for 8 games. So he missed 8 games, 8 paychecks in his season, right? And shortly after they came down with the 8-game suspension, when he was just about getting ready to play, he had an interview with, I want to say it was Jalen Rose. And they talked, and he was very apologetic and very mournful and sorrowful for his actions, and it was a stupid thing to do, and I'm young, and I'm learning from my mistakes, and this is something that will never happen again, and all the things, like I said, all the right stuff that you want to hear somebody who's supposed to be giving an apology say. Like, his PR person was on point. He almost had tears in this interview. That's how sincere he came across. And 2 weeks after that apology, he's leaving the nightclub with his boys. They're in a car, and they listen to whatever they listen to. I think it was gangster rap. I don't know. But one of his boys is in the passenger seat. He's in the back seat, and they just getting with the rah-rah, right? And his boy's like, we going to go IG Live. So he puts up his phone, and they go on IG Live. And he's, yeah. And he turns the camera to Ja, who's got his gun up. Real gun. And as soon as his boy sees it, he immediately, oh snap, and turns off. He immediately took the post down, but by that time it was already screenshot and it that quick gone viral. And so now the commissioner's like, I am surprised this has happened. It's appalling. It's this, it's that. I can't believe it. Yada yada yada. Right. And so, yeah. So the conversation has become a couple fold. It's one, who's accountable in the situation? Like, is this Ja's fault because you've already got this strike against you, have a registered firearm again, or is this your boy's? Because why does your boy let you have a gun? Why does your boy going on IG Live while you have the gun? Why is your boy showing you on camera on IG Live with a gun? Like, there's so many different things that people are trying to put on this friend, and especially because of who this friend is in particular. So I open it up for just a moment to say, like, what are your thoughts on the situation as a whole, just from what you heard, if this is your first time hearing it? What are your thoughts on it, and who should bear the bulk of the responsibility of accountability in a situation like this? Because he is really their meal ticket. Without him, most of them ain't getting no cash. They ride how they ride, they going how they going, because
yeah, they doing it for the likes. I mean, let's just face it. That's what people are doing now. Like that song said, do it for the Vine, and anybody and everybody is doing everything and anything for the likes, for the Vine, and for the popularity, even if it's for they 15 seconds of fame, because it's went from 15 minutes of fame to 15 seconds, and that's good enough for them. And they think, oh, okay, well, I got 1 million likes on that, I'll do some more. And, now that I got everybody's eye, I'll do some more. And then they get even more, ridiculous with these antics. So who should be accountable? It should be definitely the person whose account it appeared on. They should have some kind of backlash for it, too. Their account should have been suspended for a time. And they should not have any support to encourage that sort of behavior, because it's beyond just one person and one person getting all the backlash for it. And yeah, he should have considered that's his meal ticket. If that's his meal ticket, he should have considered that, just like we say with a certain slap. Everybody should consider that that's where your means are coming from, and you should be more guarded and protected with that. So who's accountable? The person who aired it.
Okay. Sir Eddie, what say you?
It's a complex issue, and I'm going to say why it's a complex issue. I'm going to try to give 3 points. One of the issues is how young black men, because Ja Morant's a young dude,
very young.
How young black men are raised to perceive manhood. Over the last, I'd argue, 25 years, we have associated manhood and being ahead in society, and I'm specifically going to speak of black communities, with the idea of thuggishness,
Mm-hmm.
with the idea of holding weapons, shoot, 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 um, money and power and guns. It's not just an American issue. It's, because we do have an issue in America, but it is a very big issue in the Black community because we have raised generations of young men who feel this way. And, we really need to understand that sports is a means to an end, right? It's something that can get you out of a situation. But I remember Baba Dick Gregory once saying that you don't see billionaires get their kids to go play sports, right? You can't count them on your hands how many billionaires kids are out here playing sports. And it's who are good at it. So if you want to argue the golfers who are good at it, and that's on purpose, right? Because you are there to facilitate, to take people's minds off of things, and that's a good thing. But what happens is we're not looking at the generational issues that we are having, and so what is starting to happen is that young men are learning inappropriate things. They look at manhood as something that is forceful. I got to show that I am in power. No better way to do that than to flash a gun. So it doesn't matter if Ja Morant is doing it himself. That means that the people who are within his circle, they're thinking the same thing too. And it doesn't matter how much money that they have at their disposal, they still feel that that gun puts them in a position or a perspective of power. And they're going to go forth and do these things because they want to be seen as a person that is in power. So that's another part of that. It's inappropriate, but then let's also ask this other question as we move forward with this. How many white conservative players in all sports do you see who they send out postcards with them holding their guns? They appear on NRA commercials with guns. They are massive supporters financially and openly, audibly of guns. And so to see a black man with a gun, the question should have been, is this his legal firearm? Right? Is it his legal firearm? If he has a registered gun, okay, how small, how big it is, he has the right to hold that gun. Now, I heard one of my friends the other day on one of their shows talking about morality. Let's understand that. What is morality, right? If you allow an organization to dictate morality to you, to tell you that it's immoral for this black man to hold this gun, he may be foolish in what he's doing, but it's not immoral for this white guy to appear on his postcard with a gun. How is that acceptable? It should be the same across the board. But we are seeing in NBA and NFL and different sports venues that the rules do not apply equally to these players and the public and in their sponsorship. And that's wrong, but that is what's going on.
Okay. I got a couple things I want to come back with you with, but before I do that, Philanda, what say you?
I think for me is just being mindful. Like, look, the higher you go, especially nowadays, and the higher your paycheck goes, the higher bracket of your income, you have to be mindful of the company you keep. Look, everybody that came up with you can't go with you. Like, real talk. And I think more of these, especially these young athletes, they get so much access and so much light shine on them so fast without any education, any training, any people in their corner like, okay, so now you got this. This is how you keep this. And if they would get some of that, then these kind of things won't happen. Like, you really need to be mindful of the circle that you keep. Everybody that's been friends with me still ain't friends with me. Everybody that was close with me at one point can't be close to me right now. Like, we just have to be mindful of stuff like that, because everybody ain't got your best interest at heart. Some people are there because this is clout for them. Like, realistically, a whole bunch of people got a whole bunch of people still in their circle, and they're there eating off of them. Like, for this stuff happened to him, it's not the first celebrity. Like, everybody knew Kevin Hart was married. They knew when they went to Vegas before any of that stuff came out that this is who he is. He is not, and he's not Kevin Hart the comedian. He's not like a Dave Chappelle. He's a family man. He's a family name. His brand is family orientated. So it ain't no reason he should have been like immediately. If you might care if you do. If we do, my back need to be covered because this is how you eat. Like that should have never happened. That should have never gone out like that. But we all like people do that. Unfortunately, they think that just because now you on that you got to keep everybody and put your whole community on. And sometimes that is not the case because some of these people you'll find out really wasn't your friends in the first place. They were in it for them. They not your friends in the first place.
And what did Kevin do?
Oh, Kevin Hart had a couple of years ago had gotten into an indiscretion where he went to a hotel room with a chick, beat up his own free will, his drunkenness, whatever the story he want to tell. I don't care. He ended up in a hotel room with a chick, and she blackmailed him. There was video made, and she blackmailed him. He tried to keep it on low, and it ended up coming out. Come to find out, it was one of his boys who set him up.
So, but here's the thing. In terms of the Kevin Hart situation, which to me is a little different than John Morant's, it was Kev who, in his own words, he insisted on going. His friends didn't want to go. As a matter of fact, his main friend, who normally travels with him, did not go. And there was a point where he was like, I'm going to stay at the bar. And his friends were like, I'm tired going to the hotel. So if you ain't going, and he's a grown man, I can't force you to go. Let's go. Now, hey, look. So like that's where I get kind of the parallel drawn for me. Ja is a tremendously different kind of situation, in particular because his boy had to know he had the gun on him. Ja's boy was with him through the first fire he went through with this gun. Like,
this is the same dude?
That's the same. Ja keeps the same friendships around. So the first gun incident on IG was Ja. It wasn't his friend's phone, but he was in the club with him. And since that's his boy, his road, he stays with him all the time, goes with him everywhere he goes. You know he just got off an 8-game suspension. How you let him hold another gun? Like, he shouldn't even be able to say the word gun
First of all,
for quite some time.
Like, realistically, people need to stop. Like, everything. So, this 2 weeks ago, was it 2 weeks ago now?
About that, yeah.
Yeah, about 2 weeks ago, I was in Chicago enjoying myself. And what we not finna do is pull out no phones. Not that I did anything wrong. I did not. But we need to
What happens in Chicago stays in Chicago.
Look, it's been the stories that can be told will not be told, and there ain't no video of it for all these grandmas, because we grandmas now that was out there that that came out in that Freaknik video. Look, what can be told will not be told, and we need to be in agreement about that before we leave the house. What happened to those? Like these and young people, y'all.
Yeah, because I went to, it was one of our high school friends, Philanda. She had a birthday party. Now, I didn't know what type of birthday party this was going to be, but this type of party, yeah, I wouldn't have wanted anybody to pull out no camera and say, oh, look who's in the crowd. Look who's here. I'm like, wait a minute now. We didn't agree to this.
Put that down. Right.
So two things I want to address real quick. First of all, once again, thank you, Eric. I appreciate that. I want to highlight this comment, and I'm gonna come back to it. But I want to highlight it real quick because he's right. He's right in essence, but not in totality in this regard. And I'll come back to that in a second. But he says when you're on that uniform, you are a public. I'm guessing saying a public entity, and your actions reflect the team and organization as a whole, not just you. Eddie, I learned this in the Navy that your actions represent your organization. Before I get to that, I want to highlight my boy Trek. Thank you for jumping on, Mike. Appreciate you.
Hey,
Mike is the dude. One of the reasons I wanted to highlight him, not just for his comment, but also because Mike Gibbs, my boy, my brother. This is the guy who came up with the beat for the jingle for Real Talk. This is my dude. If anybody, just in case you out there, if you happen to need some beats or whatever, this is the guy to go to. Hit me up. and I will get you connected with him. He will hook you up, and he's reasonably priced and everything.
For a fee.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Reasonably priced and everything, but he gonna hit you up, and I promise you. You tell him what it is you need, he'll make it good. But he highlights something I was going to get to. This is the same guy. So when I told y'all, Jaws had a slew of incidents. This friend that put up the camera for on IG and showed him with the gun is the same friend that months earlier was suspected of threatening an Indiana Pacer with a laser pointer that they all thought was a gun because he had has the red dot. So they felt like,
this is a threat of violence.
Right.
Oh, this is a stupid friend. You can't bring him around with you no more. Like some of your friends, you can't tell people that they are your friends. Like some people you need to treat them like vampires. They can only come out in the dark, and then don't nobody know that you associate with them. Like you can't, because they not mature enough, or they stupid, and then you don't get to tell everybody that. I mean, everybody get a stupid friend. You're supposed to have like your circle should be real well rounded, but you don't bring them out in public, and they can't cost me my bag. Like you can't cost me my paycheck.
Absolutely. Right. I got different cliques. I have a clique that I grew up with in church, and then there's a different clique I grew up with in school, and then there's a different clique I went to this place. You have to have different cliques.
You do. Like your circle needs to be like it should be evolving over the course of time as your age goes up and your finances go up. Like everybody that came up with you can't go with you. Like I'm sorry, it just happens that way. Like it's no offense, no shade to you, but what you can't do, look, I'm not finna get the simple fact that for as young as he is, for all of his Nikes, because you can only play sports for so long before your body betray you. So the money that you're making now, if you're not managing it well, if you're not, how many former Super Bowl winners and NFL champs and all of these people who are top athletes at some point, shut up, end up the refrigerator Perry.
Told you.
Shut up. For that man to be penniless and in a state-run nursing home is a travesty. And a lot of these young people think that can't happen to me because, I know better. But they're the same ones who wound up with nothing at the end of the day. All you need is one ACL, one blown knee, some kind of physical injury where you are no longer, you can no longer make that kind of money. It only takes one moment, one time. Like Derrick Rose ain't been the same since. Like it only takes one time. So for you to be blowing the money now, your shoe deals, your brand deal can outlast your career. And Nike has effectively pulled all of his merchandise. So now you have lost a stream of income that could have possibly outlasted your physical career. And for what? Because you got a stupid boy who does stupid things and you think, he came up with me, I'm supposed to keep him. No, that's on you. You stupid. You need to, no, you can't go. I could come hang with you. You could come to my house, but you can't go to no games and we can't be seen in public together no more.
So I so much I want to say on that, but let me do some backtracking real quick. I want to go back to Eric's statement about being a public entity and and when you put on the uniform, you're not just a reflection of you, you're a reflection of your organization as a whole. That is a newer society thing that's come, and it's not just sports, it's anywhere you work at now. You can get fired for posting anything on Facebook or Twitter, or Instagram, or whatever. Here's the problem, however, though.
Have been fired for doing stupid stuff.
The problem with the accuracy of the state, because I understand what you're saying and where you're going with it, but the problem kind of with that is Ja didn't do anything illegal. Not the second time. The first time, I believe the firearm wasn't registered. The second time, I believe it was a registered firearm. And so, yes, he is a public entity, and you represent your organization. But first of all, your organization is in a city that is known for mass gang violence. They have been having shootouts for all year long. Matter of fact, almost last 2 years, just shootouts after shootouts happening out there in Memphis. It goes down. So by holding up the gun, he kind of effectively is representing the city. Secondarily, and
The
more
city
more
don't
the
pay
more
them,
to the more to the point, it's not illegal. Yes, it may not be. Here's the thing, and I heard this statement being used on another podcast, so it kind of it rings true. How is unprofessional when he's in his car? This is the thing. He's not on the job because there's no game. He's not going to a game or coming from a game. He's in his car. He has no Memphis Grizzlies gear on. This now becomes a very slippery slope in terms of potential overreach. Because if I can tell you what to do in your car, on your phone, on your account, what else can an organization tell you what you can or can't do? What now? Because I got vegan owners that work for my company. I'm not allowed to order chicken in my house. I bet you I will, and I bet you just fire me. What now? I can't preach and talk about what the Bible says concerning the LGBTQ plus community, although that's not necessarily what is the end thing to necessarily do. But I have an obligation as a man of God to talk about in love, but talk about what the Word of God says. Now I could be fired for what I say in my house. There is an overreach here. It is not professional.
Let's not
if
attack
I
the
do it at a
chicken.
game.
Let's not attack the chicken.
Let's not
Listen,
attack the chicken.
listen. I promise you, try and take my chicken from me. You can take my Bible from my hand before you take my chicken, because I can hide the word in my heart. What I cannot do is hide chicken in my heart. I got some chicken right now in a bag I ain't ate, and I'm smelling it, and I cannot. I'm not gonna rush this podcast, but I can't wait till this podcast is over so I can eat the chicken. I promise. I love fried chicken, but so it's unprofessional only if we look at professionalism as a consequence of everywhere you were at. Professionalism used to be a standard that applied to when you were on the job. Now, because of social media and all these other things, it now applies to everywhere else. Like you brought up, I think it was either you or Eddie that brought up Donald Sterling earlier. Right? So here's the issue. I had issue with Don with what happened with Don. I vehemently reject and don't stand for the comments that he made and all that type of stuff. All that type of stuff I'm supposed to say as an entity, and especially as a black man. Yeah, I'm saying that. But understanding the fact he said it at home on his phone in a message to his girl, and lost everything because he said it in private. I took issue with that. I'm like, yeah, he's a racist piece of garbage, and I don't like the fact that that he owns a team. But if we gonna talk, since everybody loves the NRA or most of the country loves the NRA, we love to talk about amendments. Before that Second Amendment, there's the First Amendment. And last time I checked, in a race, one beats two. Like if you come in first, you were the most important. So the First Amendment of our freedom of speech, not freedom from consequence, but freedom of speech, should have kicked in. Here should have been what the consequence could be. All the black players on the Los Angeles Clippers at the time say, I'm not going to play another game. I demand a trade. And I will sit out my contract and their guaranteed contracts in the NBA until you trade me. That should have been a right consequence. I took it. Now, conversely, I didn't take as much issue with Don Imus. Because Don Imus, if y'all remember about Don Imus when he called those women basketball players nappy-headed hoes, he was doing in his job context. Shock jock, yes, but this was his job. Fire him. Don Sterling said it in his home. John Morant was in his home, or excuse me, in his car. Place that is supposed to be private. This should not be something that corporations should be able to reach into. I agree. He needs to keep his friends. He needs to make some more intelligent decisions about his friendships. Absolutely. He also needs to make better decisions about what he does. I think the accountability is 50-50. I think he's accountable because he's stupid for having the gun after you just got slapped for this. It would be different if this was 3 years down the road. This was less than a month after. And here you are already?
Now, the reason why I said that it's the person whose account it was on, because no one would have saw it unless he broadcasted it. So everybody was in the mix, but only the one person, and that he knew he was wrong because nobody else had their phone or anything. So that's why I said the accountability should be on that person, because it's like, oh, I was there, so I just did what was no. You knew what you were doing, and you knew the consequences wouldn't be yours. It will be mine.
And I think so. As much as you have the right to privacy, at the same time, as NBA players have they actually have a morality clause in their contract.
Yes, which I wouldn't sign. Not that way.
Yeah, but then you don't get the money. You don't get to play. This is the same reason why they couldn't take a knee. It was brought to their attention when everybody.
No, they could take a knee. Quiet as it's kept. Commissioner, whatever his name is, who looks, never mind, I almost said a joke and I got canceled myself. He was going to back, unlike the NFL's commissioner, was going to back the players if they chose to do so. They decided not to. They decided, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to come up with the jerseys and the thing, and this is how we're going to take it. And most of that comes from when you have to go way back in the day. Mike, help me say it. I know you know the guy's name. Harif Abdul Muhammad, something like that. He played for the Nuggets. He was a Muslim player, and he had an issue as a Muslim standing for the national anthem. And the NBA gave him all kinds of grief about it at the time. And then what happened was, years after he stopped playing, players started to say, I wish I'd have stood with him. I wish I'd have stood with him. I wish I'd have had his back more. That type of thing. So the NBA, because it is more about the player, one player can lift the entire company, not just the organization that they play for, but the entirety of the NBA. One player can do that. So the NBA is very player friendly in that regard. They had no problem with the knee. It's the NFL that had a problem with the knee, but the NFL also makes you hide your face. The NFL says nothing comes above the shield.
Right.
You cannot play if you don't sign the morality clause. You get enough of us saying we ain't gonna sign a morality clause, not this way, and you get a good enough agent and you're a good enough player, they'll waive it. There are tons of examples of people who don't have those kinds of morality clauses in their contracts. Like it is, and for that to be a moral issue becomes a problem, because if it's a registered firearm.
But so here's the thing. He's a Memphis Grizzly, right?
Yep.
All of this happened in Denver. I don't know Denver's gun laws. Y'all could speak more to this than I can. So I don't know Colorado's gun laws. But all of this behavior happened in the suburbs of Denver, Colorado. So from what I understand, and this, I've never been there, but the suburbs of Denver is a whole different other thing. So we're not talking Memphis. You out here doing Memphis dirt in somebody else's state, in somebody else's city.
Well, that hard?
No, hold on. Yeah.
How is that doing dirt?
No. So the video first started. His first issue was they were in a strip club. Same friend with the laser pointer. Right.
Eric, I'm not going to highlight that comment, but we all agree with that one.
Right.
We all agree with that one.
So same friend. He goes on Instagram Live. Certain platforms you could get away with it. Like Facebook, automatically block. Instagram, sometimes TikTok, you catch the drop on them in TikTok, because TikTok is quick to block you too. Go ahead and pull all that stuff down. But so they're at a strip club, and this friend is live streaming on Instagram.
That's the first issue. Right. That's the one I'm okay with, because not because it was in Denver, but because reportedly that gun was unregistered. The one in his car
was also in Denver,
but it was registered.
So y'all help me out. What's the firearm laws in Colorado?
So Colorado was doing the same thing with the Constitution. Everybody's doing this constitutional carry thing.
Okay.
But here in lies the issue here. The morality clause.
Mm-hmm.
I've been wrestling with this for about 2 years now. We got to start looking at the controls that are being put in place. And it's a big issue with me. I've talked to Tina about this before because they're putting in controls for people of color. For all you all out there, you got them on your job, your code of conduct, your work-life balance, your even your kids, how you do with your kids in school, right? What they can and cannot do to your kids in school, what information you can and cannot know about your kid in school. And because we're permissive to allow these organizations, these things to do this, they're running rampant over us. The NBA's firearm morality clause specifically is designed to make sure that a player has he has to let the team know by Article A of their morality code. He has to let the NBA, his team, know, hey, I am a gun owner. In other words, I may have my gun in my car when I drive to the facility. It's not going to be on me, but I have the right because I have a gun, right? This is because they've had players who've killed themselves in other sports too around facilities, right? So, and you want to prevent an insider threat. I get that. But because it's very specific about a facility, a venue, in other words, a place that the NBA is doing business, that's not my car on a road in the suburbs of Colorado or wherever. The other issue with that is that if it's a registered weapon and I have allowed my team to know I have a registered weapon, it is by right for me. You can't impose on my constitutional rights. If the state, Memphis was where he plays, right? If they are a constitutional carry state, if Colorado is a constitutional carry state, then you can't impede my right to have a gun, no matter how you disagree with what's going on. But the morality clauses in these contracts are subject to interpretation if you do not get a good lawyer and say this doesn't even fit the morality clause. Let's remember Michael Jackson, right? Michael Jackson had the owner rights for all of that Sony music. He basically had the rights to mostly all of Sony's music. But Sony, in the contract that Michael Jackson signed, had a morality clause. So anything that Mike did that made himself look bad or made Sony look bad, then they could withhold monies that was due to Mike for anybody who was going to use music in that catalog. Now that's important because right after Mike signed it, and Mike was on video talking about it, they thought I was stupid. They thought I didn't know how to do business, right? Once he said that, all of a sudden he started getting accused of child molestation. All of a sudden it started being put in the media now, who was an agent of this, that Mike was a weirdo. He was strange and he was all of this. The big thing that we got to understand here too is that black people got to start being smart enough to be able to walk and chew gum. You cannot allow them to make somebody a villain in your eyes because they want something from this young man. Now, from what I understand about John Moran, he was raised in a pretty decent household. But now he has all of this money. He has all of this privilege. See, the NBA didn't have any problem when John Morant was coming up or coming in and they was, maybe he had girlfriends or whatever he did. That's how they do the players. But now when he balks against what they want to do, when he's not fitting the corporate scenario that they want, oh, hell no, we're not going to allow you to do that, right? It should not be that his outside endorsements and his job in the NBA, they're working together to restrict him and tell him what he cannot do. We got to be careful of that. We just saw it a couple of months ago when it came down to the Hebrews to Negroes movie, right? when we had that whole thing with Kyrie Irving, right? Where they were telling him, no, you're going to apologize, you're going to bow, you're going to do all of this. Where they had actual players, right, who were also sending out tweets and Facebook stuff in support of January 6th and all types of things. And nobody ever talked about that, right? They want to control these men's lives.
So are you all saying that they're not doing this but to a particular just to African Americans players? Is that what you guys are saying?
Oh, this is the only time you hear it.
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, that's almost exclusively the case. Like Fawn said, if they're doing to other players, you don't get to hear about it, which means the penalties are not as severe or as stiff or what have you. Some would say that no, they have better circles around them, and that may also be true for some. But the reality is that regardless of the type of indiscretion it is, if you have the complexion for the protection, then nothing happens to you. Let me take it away from the players for half a second. Say it like this. So, Bill Cosby lost everything. Once again, I'm not saying that he didn't deserve the jail time and should still be in jail, really, but he's out on the couch. I'll leave that portion alone. But so if assuming he did what they say he did, and the court of law said he did it, but they had to throw the thing out for what? Okay. Right. His show is no longer both shows, both the Cosby Show and A Different World, no longer syndicated. He has a hard time finding stand-up gigs, and he had a special he was getting lined up that got taken away from him. Comedy clubs won't have him anymore. It's a whole thing, right? Meanwhile, prior to him coming out with all this, I'm gonna go prior to him and post him, show you the difference. There is an actor, famous actor, I forget, Charlie Sheen. That's the name I was trying to think of. Charlie Sheen was known. It's known. This is not conjecture. This is not a hypothesis. This is factual information that he had unprotected sex with all kinds of women while having a disease. Knew he had it. Didn't tell them he had it. Still got to keep his show. It was in syndication. And the only reason he was fired from 2.5 Men wasn't because of that. It's because he bucked the wrong guy on the show. Or the wrong executive, I should say. He had some issues with them and said some stuff about them, about that particular person and Jews as a whole, and that's what got him fired. But still was able to tour, still was able to have a roast special, make all kinds of money. Nothing happened to him. Let's fast forward past.
Isn't Charlie Sheen Hispanic?
Well, here's the thing. He is, but no one really knows it. No one really, because he's changed his name. His father's Emilio Estevez. He changed his name because he can look white. So he goes by Charlie Sheen. So in order to be more Hollywoodized, let me flip it over, fast forward past Bill Cosby. Not maybe about a month or a year ago.
Forgot about him.
You can talk about him because you know more about that portion than I do. But there is, I'm a huge Dallas Cowboy fan. Huge Dallas Cowboy fan. Jerry Jones still got his team. And he has said some racist stuff. The owner of the New England Patriots was caught in a rubbing tug 2 seasons ago. He still got his team. When it's them, nothing really happens. It's very, very rare that something happens.
Tug?
That's a massage parlor that gives us happy endings.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he wasn't supposed to do it. Meanwhile, that's a perfect example. Matter of fact, he got caught in one, right? Nothing happens to him. Meanwhile, what's the quarterback's name? Lost his name. Just the season before last, it was caught. He's plays for Cleveland now. Was caught in a rubber tug and lost basically his whole career. A full season, barely was able to get some real money. Like the way the fact that Cleveland was so desperate to pay him what they paid him this past season is more of an indication that they were desperate than that they wanted him to still have a job. Because for the talent that he is, he should have garnered exponentially more money. But he got caught and lost an entire season. Nothing happened to Mr. Kraft out there in New England. Nothing happens to Jerry Jones. It's very rare on their end when they are not the darker pigmentation that something happens. But when it's us, it's big news.
But they
everything happens. That's the thing.
They use
we
us.
are
So,
what 70 or 80% of the NBA, 70 or 80% of the NFL.
No, what I'm saying is they use us to attack us, and we we willfully do it. We willfully do it. I told a friend of mine years ago, and I said, whenever they go for a black person, let's look at Jonathan Majors right now, right?
Oh, yeah, I was just about to say him.
That's another good one. Yes, sir.
So what they do is once somebody gets in trouble, right? And a lot of times it comes down to you're doing something that they don't like, right? We need to understand that fourth estate, that media is owned by billionaires who own companies, own entertainment wings, right? And they find ways to destroy us. And what is also so unfortunate, and why I keep saying that black people do not understand propaganda, because what they do is they give us a negative about that person. And before you know it, on social media, everywhere, everybody just jumps on this person of color. Yeah, that no good such a. Yeah, I knew it about him. Yeah, I thought. And if you listen to some of them, they'll say, well, he got money. She got money. She should have known better because she's rich. But understand that they're human too. And even if a lot of times, like Eddie Griffith said, they don't let you leave out of the business clean.
That's
right?
a fact.
So, and even if it's illegitimate, even if it's not something that you actually did, even if there was other things to it, like with Jonathan Major's situation, if the woman was having a breakdown and whatever, it doesn't matter because we're going to spin this story the way we want it to. And the only time it's going to go away is if you play ball with us, if you do what we want you to do, then we're going to put a PR person in here, and then they're going to defend you. Do y'all remember when Michael Jackson died that Madonna got on an award show and said, we failed Michael Jackson?
Yep.
That was her exact words. We failed him. All these people who came out feeling bad because they were the ones who was throwing dirt at him, right? They was the ones that Oprah Winfrey, all these folks throwing dirt and doing all this stuff to him. They never talked about the records this man broke. Guinness records he broke giving money away. They never talked about all the stuff, even Prince, they were doing in the background that they knew about. It was all about let's make people look bad to get what they want. And if we go back and we really look at that, they use us. We was the first ones that got out here and started saying Michael Jackson don't want to be black. But the black folks knew what vitiligo was. We know what that is. But we decided we're going to attack that man. Right? Oh, he's strange. Yeah, we saw that his father, how he was brought up. You hear all these entertainers now talk about how, oh man, these people are really good people in the background. They was down and they was cool. But we never knew that because the media, the people and folks in our community, there's still people. Michael Jackson was never found guilty of any child molestation in the court.
That part. That's the part that people won't ever talk about.
He's still being called a child molester. And his brother Jermaine said the reason my brother is dead today was the psychological warfare that they waged on him for money. Simply money. It's crazy. We got to do better. We got to stop with the propaganda and playing a part in it.
But everybody's not going to play a part of that whole I'll keep your check thing. When you come from nothing, it's easier to go back to nothing. It's easier to stack your paper and say, okay, if that's the way you're going to play it, I'm going to stack my paper and I'm going to be ready for you to say you're going to take it away. And they build something else so that they can go ahead and take that away. Everybody's not going to say, well, I'm bound by whatever it is you're giving me. In order for me to continue to have this, I'm going to keep doing what you want me to do.
Problem is that it's very few and far in between who have the testicular fortitude to be able to say, take your money and shove it, take your opportunity and shove it, I'll go build something else. is very rare, especially because most of the people that they're talking to come from nothing. Yeah, it's easy to be able to go back to nothing, but at the same time, don't nobody want to do it. So if I got my
I
shot
just
to
want to
get
say
out,
I love Dave Chappelle for the fact that he did that. He totally did that. I thought he was
That's
setting
the thing,
a trend.
when you understand Chappelle's story, right? Because I do documentaries. I love listening to him and listening to people who I find interesting and hear their stories, right? So he did an interview on this show called Inside the Actor Studio. You can find the interview on YouTube. It's about an hour and some change long. And what Dave does, he talks about in this interview, he talks about a conversation he had with his father as he's starting comedy. They're sitting down on the porch, and his father says to him, "Listen, son, I want you to name your price. Do it now. Think about it and name your price. And if the cost of what you're doing ever goes beyond the price that you set, walk away." And then after he tells that story, he says, hence Africa. That is something that was instilled in him as a young person, that, hey, all money ain't good money, and you need to have a standard that you will never go above. And if you keep that standard, no matter what they toss at you, you can always walk away. And I promise you, you'll recoup. As much as we love to talk about Chappelle and what he did walking away from the Chappelle show, $50 million, what we don't often say as much is y'all do realize he recouped that and then some. Not just with the Netflix specials, but with the Chappelle show. They were showing it without his permission on on HBO Max, on Netflix, and one other streaming service. He got online in a comedy style type setting for about 10 minutes and told people the story of what was being done to him. And he said, "Listen, I don't want y'all to take away your subscription service to these places. Just don't watch my show. I don't want you watching my show." Within a month, they signed the show back over to him, gave him past money from what he would have made once they put the show on, and then allowed him to now make money now that the show is back on streaming. He went back online and said, y'all can watch it now. They gave him my money. It's because Chappelle understood, I have a price and I'm not willing to go above it. We don't set ourselves to have a value, a worth, a standard, so that when someone comes at our standard, we can say, I'm not crossing this. This is my standard. It's like Eddie Griffin. His standard was, you will never catch me in a dress. Mm-hmm. I don't care what you offer me. He has his opinions about it. And he said, you'll never ever catch me in a dress for anything. And he has said they have thrown a truckload of money at him as a comic to put on a dress. He said, I ain't down with that. Take your money and shove it. And has missed out on opportunities because he wouldn't do it. You have to have a standard, but you have to know what that standard is and be willing to bear the consequence. We don't have enough people like that. We don't instill that in enough of our people in today's day. Eric, you say Tyler Perry. My thing with Tyler, because I'm a huge Tyler fan, and again, he's another one I kind of know his story. First and foremost, what people don't realize is Tyler had no intention on playing Medea at first. When he first wrote it, he wrote it for a woman to play it, and on opening night, the woman backed out. Tickets already paid for. People are in the seats. She just was a no-show. So he was like, okay, I guess somebody gonna have to do it. And it's his script, so he knew the script. So he put on the dress, and because it's based off of people in his family, actual people in his family, he knew how to play it. And because it started making the money, he was like, okay, this is how I'm gonna pay homage to him. Tyler is a different story to me than a Jamie Foxx or even a Martin Lawrence who did Shanae and Wanda, because these are people who did it willingly, and I have no problem with the Wanda character or the Shanae character, but these are people who did their characters willingly and was like, this is what I'm going to do, and I'm gonna do it for laughs because this is how I'm gonna get on. And I mean, to their credit, it got them on, but that was their style. I don't begrudge them. I just never liked Tyler ever being thrown into that type of category because there is a different kind of history and story behind his. It wasn't to get on. It was legitimately at the time to do the play. And because he did it so well and the people responded, and as a thespian, he always wants a good show, he realized no one could do this character better than me because I actually lived these people.
I mean, he's tried to get away from it. And I think at some point,
3 times.
I understand his deal with Netflix because now you have to understand that Tyler owns a studio and he employs people. And so he has to do what he has to do. Getting back to that Chappelle thing, though, I will say one of the reasons why I like Dave Chappelle, and I've taken flack sometimes because people get mad and think I'm saying that if you like Chappelle, you must be anti-LGBTQ, all this crap that people are saying. But here's the thing. It is truthful to the idea of knowing what your worth is. But I also think that one of the great things about Dave Chappelle is he's well read and he understands his family history. Mm-hmm. When Chappelle, I think it was only recently, even though I knew for a while because of history, but Dave Chappelle's, I think it was his great grandfather, William D. Chappelle, was a very well-known leader in the late 1800s, early 1900s, coming in the nadir, what we call the Reconstruction period. And toward the end of William Chappelle's life, he took a delegation. I heard Dave Chappelle talk about it. He took a delegation to the White House to meet with the most racist president that we have ever had in the United States. That is Woodrow Wilson. And he went and took a delegation of religious, of pastors and preachers to go meet with this man to say, we have to do something about this violence in the country. I think this is around 1919, 1918. We have to do something about this violence, right? Because Black people are dying in record numbers. They're fleeing the South in the Great Migration. And you as the president, we voted you in, sir. Can you please help us? Even though we're in the other northern states and we can vote, and this is right after Reconstruction, we need you to step up. Now, if you know that about your history, if you know who you are, what you come from, right? You know that his grandmother, right? Rosemary, I think her name was Chappelle. You know how she played a part into it. You start to get to a point where you can't give me no price for my self-worth. My family has a name. My wife talks about it with her great uncle. I have a purpose. We have done something to move the dial here, and I'm not going to go back because you want to offer me something and tell me that this is what my worth is, because I've been taught who I am and what I'm worth. That is something that we have to start to do in our churches, in our groups, in our families, in our mentorship. People need to know you're not just nothing. Maybe if John Morant knew that, right, he wouldn't do some of the things that he does. LL Cool J was his great uncle, was a world-class boxer. If you know who your family is, can't nobody tell you what you're worth.
Now that makes me wonder, do you all think that this sort of unevenness would be so widely spread if we would have had reparations that acknowledged that these things were happening and that there's a cost to pay for these things? Do you think the lack of reparations for African Americans has perpetuated this problem?
Not at all. I'll tell you why I don't think that. If you give an idiot money, they're just going to be an idiot with money.
No,
and they'll have more access to do idiotic things.
No, I don't mean that. I mean as far as if the people, the offenders, if the offending culture was aware that, is more than a slap on the wrist when you overly offend a culture or or treat them inappropriately. For example, you were talking about how the players were like, okay, you're going to get reprimanded more than your white counterparts because you're African American, and no one is going to care that we're doing this to you. And you've seen that across the board, across genre, and in different communities, to include with the police or whoever it is. Do you think that reparations had the country, for example, when they had the Jews and they had reparations for them, you can barely say anything anti against the Jews because the reparations, and they were like, well, we don't want to pay that cost.
Nah,
Would that stop
that's
this?
not because of the reparations though. What the reason that it is near impossible to get away with saying anything even remotely or seemingly negative about the Jewish culture, about the LGBTQ plus community, about most any other community that's not black, American blacks, is because they all do something that we don't do a good job of doing, and that's unify. The LGBTQ plus community has the rights that they have, mostly rightfully so, well ahead of us because they're unified. Jewish culture, they're unified. They're unified to such a degree that the stereotype about Jews is they have money. That's the stereotype, that they're cheap and they have money. I would love to have that stereotype. But they garnered that stereotype because after the Holocaust, they band together and bought an apartment and would sit 30 of them in an apartment, and they would all work jobs and put their money in a pool, and then from that one apartment they would buy a second apartment until they wound up being able to buy the whole complex, and they would keep bringing their friends and their family in. Then they would all continue to work until that apartment complex became 2 and 3, and then an entire now community. They have a history of banding together to help one the other. We don't. We are crabs in a barrel. If you throw up a black person on a screen and say they did something, give it 4 days, and 68 other people are going to be like, yep, he's garbage. And not white folks, not us. Like A said before, we're the problem. We're the ones that do it. The LGBTQ plus community, they band together like no other culture I have seen in my lifetime quickly and said, we gonna get rights. Y'all gonna let us marry? We gonna get our stuff together. You will never be able to say anything even remotely offensive. Now there's a backlash against them, and still you really can't too much touch them, not because it is a woke culture type thing. They're just together. That's not a reparations thing. That's a mindset thing. We're not what they understand the principle of. All those other communities understand the principle of, if it happens to one, it can happen to all of us. And before I let it happen to all of us, I'm going to raise stories about it happen to this one. We don't do that. Jonathan Majors got thrown under by us. He lost deals because we let that happen.
We let it happen.
Not because of white folks in the media. We let that mess happen.
We do not stick for each other
At all.
And we do not. And what I mean by that is, even when someone has done something wrong, I'm all for us talking about that someone did something wrong, but we allow them to perpetuate a hypocrisy. We allow them to continue to separate us. A lot of the reasons why I don't agree with the reparation thing is because we are only just about 2 generations outside of slavery, if you really look at it. And we are still subject to a slave mind, a lot of us. We are
very much so.
We have allowed ourselves to stay in a slave's mindset. We did, during Reconstruction, band together, like Jesse just said. We built communities, we built a church, and we taught people how to read, and we did all of these things coming out of enslavement. And then what we allowed to happen, right, is we allowed them to change the game and manipulate the game. And then we started to stratify ourselves. Well, I'm a rich Negro. You a poor Negro. I'm an educated Negro. You're less than. And why did we do that? We did that because we watched Massa do that on the plantation. And we just went and basically became the new Massa, right? We allowed these things to come in. We didn't try to strive as a cohesive unit, right? Yeah, we got these intelligent academic people around us, the W.B. Du Boises, the Booker T. Washingtons. Let's get them all on one page. If you go back and you look at those times, you will see that Du Bois, Washington, Garvey, they were all infighting with each other. They were all fighting with each other. Who's going to lead us? Where are we going, right? And it was not a unified thing. We didn't unify until 50 years. So after that, going into what we call the civil rights movement. And then over so many years of nonviolence, Dr. King, SCLC, all of this, what they said in the movie Malcolm X, you can build these great organizations and a bunch of Negroes are going to come and they're going to destroy it. And that's what, because they got a slave mind. And a lot of them either going to go and support the white guy over here who they know is going to try to tear the community down what we're doing. Look at Fred Hampton in Chicago. When that white man came to Fred Hampton and told Fred Hampton, he said, listen, we want to build a credit union. We want to get the people to put their money into this bank. Because if the people put their money in this bank, then they can go out there and buy houses. They can go out and do that. And we'll get the people there and we'll use black money, black finance. Sound real good, right? And Fred Hampton was what? He was 20-something years old. He told that man, he said, no, because every revolution in the entire world that has ever started, right, but especially with black folks, that Papa Doc and all the people in Haiti, every time we do that, once somebody gets the people's money, they become corrupt. They become the oppressor. We need to educate the people. Then when we educate them, it don't matter where they put their money, because now they're going to be able to know how to use their money. Muhammad Ali said the same thing. They asked him, Muhammad Ali, you talk about black people so much. Why you don't give your millions of dollars to the ghetto? Muhammad Ali said, I could give $1 million to the ghetto today. Come back a year later and it will still be a ghetto because we have not educated the minds of the people.
But see, that's my point. You see, you have all these people who, okay, without us reprimanding the people who are in control of this narrative being twisted, without them having more than just a slap on the wrist, they are the ones who are the gatekeepers anyway. So without them having more than just a slap on the wrist, by saying, okay, well, we had to execute all of this money in reparations, and if we continue, then there'll be more problems that we will have to pay out more than what we can afford, more than what we have already set up that we can pay, because okay, well, we think that this is about how much we'll get sued for in a year. Without that sort of restriction, it was like, okay, well, nobody cares, so we're going to do whatever we want to do, regardless of the fact that the community isn't as united as they would like to be. So, you know, that's why civil war occurred here, because they're not as united either. And there's a dog-eat-dog world in every culture. It's not the matter of fact that everybody in every culture other than our culture are so tightly knit that you can't get through. It is the matter of the fact that when they were wronged, they had to pay, and they paid so much money that they said, we're not gonna do that again, or we're not gonna get caught like that again. So they'll do minor things where they'll get a slap on the wrist, but they have a limit. But they do not have one with African Americans, because they never had to pay anything for African American that they offended.
Because we're not unified. That takes unity. So what you're talking about, or what seems like
but
you're
does
talking
it
about,
take unity from this culture? Because we got out of slavery
Yeah.
without that same unity. We
had
whites
unity for
and
slavery.
blacks.
But-
Yeah, but it was whites and blacks. And some of them, you
But
see on Harriet
before it
Tubman's
was-
story, they didn't even want. Some of them was like, well, I'm gonna stick here. So it wasn't that kind of unity, but it did transpire.
You're always going to have some outliers. But before, there were white folks helping to support us and on the rallying cry that slavery is wrong, and even the rallying cry for that Jim Crow in the 50s and 60s is wrong, and all that. Before you had that, there still had to be a unified coalition of black folks to bring this to their attention. Because when you are the power structure, no matter what power structure you are, if you want to go all the way back to ancient Egypt or Rome or now the Europe and now the United States or whatever, power structures only care about their power. They don't care about what's going on underneath. So it takes something or someone to bring it to their attention to say, hey, this is a problem and we're not standing for it. We were unified in slavery, that we no longer wanted to be slaves, and we found we were going to get out. Either we was going to run or we was going to fight. Before the option came of fighting, the option to run was there. Have some folks stay back, but no, I'm comfortable here. But in mass, we getting out.
Hey,
But I
let me
think it's
let me
because
became
we
an option.
thinking that
Okay.
African Americans, we thinking that African Americans got to be the ones that unite. But we're a part of the white culture, African American culture, and all these other cultures. So we don't need all the black people to say, "Oh, we all agree." It's a matter of the fact that we are the ancestors.
It doesn't have to
and
be all. It needs to be a majority.
We
But
still
here's the
need the
thing.
numbers, though.
Here's the thing, though, that I think we need to consider too. This is the historical point, right? We got to consider that before World War II, right? Let's go just before World War II. Everybody in the world, when Hitler decided he was going to start killing the Jews, right? The Jewish people, he was killing European Jews, right? The reason why a lot of the people throughout the world, South America, Canada, Britain, they all told those Jews, they was like, we don't want no Jews here, right? They didn't let them flee Hitler to come to these other countries. That's why so many of them died. But let's also understand something here too, that the perception of the world at the time was that they were looking at Jewish people, because remember, Israel wasn't established. They were looking at Jewish people that looked like me and you, Palestinian looking people, dark skinned. If I let one Jew in, I got to let all these Jews in.
Mm-hmm.
And historically, we don't look at it that way. So what wound up happening is as Hitler started killing everybody, Eisenhower, after doing World War II, when they went to go liberate the camps, and he sent people to come fly in and look at these bodies, you know who they saw? You know why it affected people so badly? They saw people that look like them, as white as they are.
Mm-hmm.
That's what shook them. That's what made them consider the Jewish people. When we talk about Jewish people right now, we across the board, people see the Jewish people that we have been programmed to see. They don't see the African Jew. They don't see the people in
That's
Ethiopia who are Jewish, right? They don't see all of that. What they see is the European Jew that they gave power to and allowed to reestablish Israel, gave them weapons to defend themselves, and then they built the wall and kept all them people that look like me and you out. So when you say that the world is giving them reparations, now they paying themselves. And we got to understand that, because we're thinking of it as a cultural thing. I can't wash this black off.
Right.
We look like this every time we go out, and we allow them to screw us over, to lie, to constantly. Why are we talking about reparations? Dang, the 200 years, right after the fact, we asking them to pay us for stuff they didn't do for our ancestors all the way back then. I'm not saying it's wrong, but look how long it's taken them. Look how long it's taken them to admit that lynching was a federal crime.
Yep.
They wrote laws within the Constitution, Shawshank versus the United States, that said that the federal government, the Supreme Court said, it is not the federal government's job to get involved with what the states does to Negroes. If they violate their rights, if they kill them or whatever they do, that's not our thing. And for years, decades,
And that's why if they had to pay reparations, then that would stop, because they have to pay. There's a penalty. There is no penalty. And that's been legally set for a long time.
they pay reparations to the American Indians, and they're still wiping them out.
Sure are.
Yep.
And trying to retake the land they gave to them.
They're doing it.
Truth, taking it, putting pipelines in there, We don't even talk about the girls that are being taken off the reservations and raped and absconded and sent all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
And they no longer care.
That's why I say it's not the reparations that is that stop thing. It is the numbers and the unity in the numbers that demands the stop. If you hit my wife, right? Y'all may scrap. It's cool. And depending on how bad you get beat, you may come back and want to hit her again, right? But if you hit my wife and Niecy come out with her sister, Karen come, I come, High Praise Ministries comes, VLCC comes, Bread Love Christian Center comes, Healing and Deliverance Holy Worship Center comes, Socks that event comes. Like everybody who knows her comes as put your hands on her again. It's not that the fight that you're worried about. It's you don't know where this beatdown is coming from. Time. Eric said Karen would just call the manager. It's not where the beatdown is coming from and or when. One of the things that made the mafia at the time so powerful was not that they were a gang. It's that they had people everywhere. You don't know if you wronged a member of the mafia. You don't know where this bullet was coming from. Mm-hmm. This is why the police were so hesitant on trying to get them. And they recognized that's where the RICO cases came from. They're like, look, if we gonna get them, we got to get them all at the same time, and we got to get enough of them to stop this because there's too many of them. The payment is the numbers. The numbers cost the payment. We don't have numbers saying this is a problem because we have gotten so comfortable in our little homes and our little things. It doesn't really affect me, so I'm just going to leave it alone until it comes at your door. Mm-hmm. And then it's a problem. By then, there's not enough numbers for anybody to care about you because you can jump in on the numbers caring about somebody else. Yeah, man, I'm sorry. You've been silent for a grip. I know you got something.
Oh, look, we done went so many places now.
That's why you just gonna jump in with your feet, get in with your feet in.
But so for me, when it comes to this, and this is like a perfect segment into our next segment, like I'm all for them being financially responsible. I just want people held accountable. The problem that will never happen with this country is that they will never admit that they did something wrong. Mm-hmm. We have time and time again as United States, our government has done wrong to people. And they will never say, I did something wrong. You will never get a my bad, this is wrong. This is why Germany, where the Holocaust happened, where the internment camps happened at, has all beside, and do hate groups still exist there? Absolutely they do. But you know what they don't allow there? Once their government acknowledged that we did something wrong collectively, they no longer allow these groups to rise up. Mm-hmm. The United States government, if in order to give reparations, you have to admit we did something wrong. And if you don't believe that they're not going to do that, Governor DeSantis, that's all you need to know. Florida, this is all you need to know. The stuff that they're doing in Florida is the reason why there will never be reparations. Because you have to admit that we are doing something wrong. And they are trying their best to whitewash all of slavery out of history. Because they would have to admit that we, the United States of America, did something wrong. Not going to do it. Not going to pay reparations. The thing that Eric was talking about that started in San Francisco because of the beach. I don't know. I forgot the name of the rest of it. The beach, where they are now giving the direct ancestors of the people whose land that they stole, the government in that area stole from those people. They first admitted, okay, so yeah, that shouldn't have happened, and now they're compensating them for that. And now looking at the bigger, okay, so we as California, which is a Democratic state, Keep in mind, the whole bunch of these places where this is never going to happen are Republican ran states. No offense. But they're not going to acknowledge that they did anything wrong. For as you will never, there's a movie coming out, and it's long overdue, about Lake Lanier here, which was a city that was black owned, black ran, black everything. And they turned it into a lake. Houses, structures, buildings still exist under this lake. They will never admit that they did anything wrong. And this is why reparations won't happen. And leaning into our next segment, so they do. They pay us all who are actual descendants of slaves. I happen to be one of them and know that I am. So they give us money. I can guarantee you half of my family are going to blow that money because they don't know what to do with money. So they acknowledge they did something wrong. They pay us the reparations. And then how do black people succeed? How do we get ahead then? That don't change the laws. That don't change the police. That don't change how we treat one another. It don't even change how we see ourselves. So then what?
So
But
on
see,
that
I
note,
think
real
it
quick,
does. I think it does because a lot of times when you see a big corporation and they get sued like really bad, they change their ways, and it's not just about the money because it's not just a award of money. It's also a award of laws and amendments and things of that nature that go along with that to prevent that sort of behavior. For example, if they say, okay, well, we mistreated them because we judged them by the color of their skin and we withheld their ability to get land, education, etc. Now, it's not just about the money that they're going to relinquish. They're going to relinquish all these things that should have been theirs but was not theirs, health, all of these things. Is going to be a law that's going to go along with it, like with the Jews. They had laws where now it's a racist thing, and it's a term,
Jewish
a jail
people.
term that goes along with it.
It is Jewish people in droves who help drive that, and what big corporations actually do is they just change their name and go right on about business. They do a name change and go right on about business.
Or like realistically, they don't even do that anymore. Because if you don't believe that, Equifax,
How about the BP oil spill? How about that?
Google.
Anybody remember that?
I don't know how many of y'all, and I know we are live streaming on that platform right now, but Facebook.
All the wrongs that they do,
All the
at
wrongs
this point,
that they have done. Matter of fact, they even have insurance for it now. So yeah, they financially ready. If they get caught doing some stuff, finances for large corporations, including our government, do not deter them from the stupid stuff that they do.
they write it off and go right back
It's
to
a
doing
tax write-off.
what they do. And if it gets super big and super problematic, they throw a scapegoat in jail and keep going on
yeah.
about their business.
This all boils down to so and so, and so he had did this, and then
This is what the big companies do. This is why it's not about the penalty. It has to be about the numbers that can hold these people accountable. The reason that the Jewish nation as a whole got a lot of the things turned into law that are laws in this country, it's because they decide to band together, unify, and then they put people in power to make the change. I keep saying that our issue in this country is we keep thinking we need more money, more money, more money. No, we need power. Without power, and that's the thing, their education gets them to the place of the power, and that they educate while they unify, rise to power, and say, now I'm going to make sure this never happens again.
There you go.
Contrarily, we put someone in office, Barack Obama, Kamala Harris, and because they're not able to do right away what we think that they ought to do because we're not educated enough to know politics, enough to know what they can do, we not only make it harder for them while they're in office, we berate them once they get out. Barack Obama, contrary to popular opinion, has done a ton for black folks while he was in office. If nothing else, by simply giving the hope to other black folk that you can get there. His first 2 years in office, the Democrats had power, total power. They controlled the House, they controlled the Senate. You know what we as black folks did? We celebrated. We held nobody accountable. And come midterms, lost the power in the House and the Senate, and now they get to fight Barack on everything he does for the next 6 years. Then we say, oh, well, Barack didn't do nothing for black folk. It's because we didn't keep him in a position to be able to do anything. The first 2 years of any president's office, of any president's term, is not really about establishing the policies that they ran on. It's about mitigating the damage of the previous president, understanding what happened, what they're doing, what's in place, what's coming up, what I need to deal with. It's about that. And then the latter 2 years, you can start trying to put things in position. He didn't have a chance to do that. He had 2 years of power, of where real stuff could have gotten done. And here's the kicker. It was a lot of black Democrats who wouldn't help him get stuff across the first 2 years. We did that. Kamala is the first black woman. She's mixed and all that, but we claiming her the first black woman to be the vice president of the United States in this country. She wasn't in office but 6 seconds, even before she got to office, and it was us who were like, "Oh no, she put too many of us in jail. Oh no, she this, she's that."
That's
Instead
why she
of
couldn't make a run for president
at all. Instead of, hey, let's band together and uplift her and uphold her. How about this? Biden has been in office almost 4 years now. How many times have you seen Kamala? You know why we don't see her that often? Because it became a detriment more than it was an asset. We made it a detriment to him that he was tied to this woman, this great woman who rescinded. We don't want to hold ourselves accountable.
That's that
absolutely.
Propaganda. That's
because here's the reality: when you look at her actual track record in California and what she did, is not as greatly slanted toward black folks as you would think. And most of the ones that she put away were already repeat offenders. She advocated for lighter sentences. She advocated for rehab as opposed to prison. She was an advocate trying to make sure our community was okay. But we don't want to talk about that. All we saw was she did her actual job as a prosecutor to put them away.
But you see how you all are referring to the narrative being twisted. This is what I'm saying. If the culture of twisting the narrative, the culture behind twisting the narrative, the culture behind conditioned stinking thinking about African Americans, if they were reprimanded to the point, because it's not that many. It's funny how you say they don't have, we have to have the numbers, but they don't have the numbers. It's only a select few, and they're the ones that's perpetuating this. Whereas in the majority, a lot of people in the majority did not want all of this, this strife, all of this fighting and arguing, and if they would prefer to get and something else.
But when you have power, you don't need numbers. You need numbers to get power. Once you have power, you don't need numbers.
Apartheid
one plantation owner. Thank you, sir. I'll let you talk on that because I was going to say, well, I was talking about going to use slavery, but you use apartheid.
Apartheid is an example of that. I don't have to have the majority. I just have to have the power. And rather we accept it or not, America is moving right now toward an apartheid-like system because they're losing their numbers. But they are. If you go look at the Congress right now, who do you see? Mm-hmm. If you go look at the government in its whole, who do you see? When we talked about segue into the idea of gatekeepers, that's what gatekeepers' jobs is to do. Keep you out, right?
Yep.
Keep you from going higher. Keep you from taking these jobs. Why do you think now, with all of this college debt, right? Why do you think now corporations have decided that they're going to go and teach corporate universities and belittle your college education? Because I don't really want to depend on the college education, because I've now noticed that a lot of people of color and minorities are actually going out and getting these degrees, right? They're getting these degrees. That means they're going to be the people who can go into these corporate markets and they can actually sit here and know what they're talking about. Wait a minute. Let's home grow some of the people who are here so that we can excuse the idea that I promoted Jerry, who don't know a darn thing. But Jerry worked 5 years at the company, right? Yeah, but he worked in the mailroom sweeping the floor. That don't mean Jerry know anything about what goes on in the corporate offices, right? So then when you come in and say, well, I got a degree from such school and I know this, they go, yeah, but we got to promote Jerry because Jerry been here for 6 years and he went through our corporate training program and he passed because we passed him. We have to understand how they're playing the game. We got to stop playing them checkers and start playing that chess. Because if we don't educate ourselves, that's why I'm such a stickler on that. We're going to find ourselves in an apartheid system where the minority, it has all of the power, and we're all working to keep that minority up there. And we're asking ourselves the question, why? They did the same thing. This is historical. Spain did this. When you look at the Ascension del Negro, right? Spain decided, after looking at all of the blacks who had came into Italy and in Spain, you know what we're going to do? We're going to stop all black people, right? The Moors and everything. We're going to kill them. We're going to tell them they cannot be educated. They cannot own property. And we're going to eventually get them the hell out of here. And that's what they did. They took all that information, though, because what those black people bought was ideas about what was in the New World, right? They knew Africans had traveled over to the New World. They took all of that. Powerhouses like Portugal and Spain took that information, and we are now over here. They created the slave trade, created everything that you see in history based on stuff that they stole from us and kept our people stupid. And now, historically, they write the history in the way they want to. That's why you still got people saying Columbus was the first one over here. And we know that's lunacy, but we accept it because that's the history that they taught us to control us. We have to start asking questions and learn beyond the reparations. Because here's the thing. If they never give us reparations, but we educate ourselves beyond what they're teaching us K-12, and we learn and we build businesses, that's what their fear is. That is what their fear has always been, because they are the minority. They have subjugated blacks, Asians, indigenous people. If they all sided together, they are the minority. And they've always known that. And that's why the fear is to keep you subjugated, keep you stupid, and keep you following propaganda.
So let me hit this real quick. I want to give a quick shout out to my boy Marcus. He is a good friend of mine. He is one of the hosts of the Correct Me If I'm Wrong podcast. I love him because he said what he feel, and he's an acquired taste, but that's my boy. I love him to pieces. I want to address his comment real quick, and then we go take a quick commercial break, and then we go start the second topic. So his statement is in response to what I was saying about Kamala. He said, she said out of her mouth, I'm not gonna sit there and say I'm gonna do something just for black people, but they sure did things specifically for other groups of people. Here's why Kamala said things like that. First, she got to help Biden get elected. We don't have the numbers for her to be able to say, I'm just going to do stuff for black folks and still win. So she got to get in. Secondarily, you have to understand the office is not just for black folks. The office he holds is for all. And as far as her having done stuff specifically for other groups, she ain't got the power to do anything. She's the vice president. She can advise. She don't make policy. The only time her authority comes into any kind of question is if there is a split vote, I believe it's in the House. She becomes the tie break. That's it. Other than that, she is a prop. She is there in case Biden dies. That's what her position is. She will say she's not going to do stuff specifically just for black folk because she also understands, I believe anyway, she also understands that a lot of us ain't as educated as we need to be, so to put policies in place to put us in power with money and what have you won't do us any good because we will continually mess it up without the education. without understanding why this is necessary. We still can't get a whole lot of black men, period, to go to college or to get secondary education or secondary training or to pick up a trade to understand stuff. We still got black men thinking, I'm going to make it in the NBA or make it in the NFL. And your chances are getting slimmer and slimmer because here's the truth of the matter. We are vastly losing our grip as a preeminent ethnicity in both sports. They going over there to get them boys playing in the Euro leagues to play basketball now, cause they doing the stuff that we don't know how to do
For a lot less money.
for a lot less. They're getting and basketball is becoming a huge thing, way bigger than it ever was before over there. Some dominant sport, and as far as football is concerned, they're trying to throw football out. CTE has come on in such a way that parents of most white especially are saying, my kid ain't playing football. You start taking the white kids away, you start taking a lot of sponsorships and the money away, the advertisers away, you take the sport away. Football is gone. Football will not be here much longer at the rate it's going. So to aspire to be in the NFL, to aspire to be in the NBA is crazy. To have that as your only thing, or your preeminent thing, or to aspire to be a singer or a rapper. I'm sorry, they don't sing no more. To be a rapper. So you get these Instagram rappers who get 2 downloads in 3 years. These 44, 45-year-olds, I'm going to be a rapper now. This is what to do something specifically for us is not something that's going to work without the education. So she understands that. There are things that she has to do underground, and she is a politician. She knows what to say to get elected. I don't watch politicians for what they say. I wait to see what they do if they get the shot. And Kamala's background, her history shows that she still does stuff for us. Look past what the media has put out, what black folks have looked up about her, and go deeper into what she has really done. You'll find she has done way more for black folks than she ever gets credit for. So, with that in mind, real quick, we're going to take a real quick break. We're going to come back with some more on this topic, and especially our gatekeepers topic. We'll be right back with, ironically, our sponsor is going to be Correct Me If I'm Wrong. So, Marcus, it's your shout-out as well, double shout-out. It's your commercial. We'll be right back after these messages.
Hey, y'all, what's going on? My name is Marcus, host of Correct Me If I'm Wrong podcast. And I do the show with my co-host, Candoria Lier. We are based out of Albuquerque, Pennsylvania. On my show, we talk about pretty much any and everything. You can catch our content on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Anchor, and YouTube. So if you ever get a chance, make sure you check us out. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Don't forget to smile. It's a good look.
All right, we're back. Shout out to my boy Marcus and the Correct Me If I'm Wrong podcast. I appreciate him, so that's my dude. Like I said, he's an acquired taste. He's good people. He really is. He speaks his mind. He speaks what he knows. His podcast is outstanding. I know he's on YouTube and on Facebook. I'm not sure of the frequency, but if you go and like his Facebook page, the Correct Me If I'm Wrong podcast on Facebook, and also like him on subscribe to his YouTube channel, you'll be able to see when he goes live and everything. It's a wonderful time. He has a lot of guests on a few times. I'm trying to get him on here. We're trying to work it out so we can get him on here. It's going to be great stuff.
Hey, Marcus, if you're still on, please drop it in the comments.
You heard what she said, Mark. Please do that, sir. Go ahead and drop all your info in the comments. I'll make sure to highlight it and shout it out as well. You know how we do, Mark. I promise you, we're going to get you on. Eric, you are either, if not can't be the next guest. I got Les. We got Lex coming. Not the next guest, but the guest after. You were going to be it. We gonna get the actual date set. This week I'm gonna inbox so we can get the date set. I've been waiting to get Eric on. I appreciate him and all of his comments, people's too. So I'm gonna turn it over for a moment to the Queen Valanda so she can go ahead and introduce the majority of it's still dealing with what we want, but I wanted to formally introduce our second topic.
So our next topic of this evening is we're going to deal with gatekeeping. So I was I was actually having a conversation Mother's Day with our daughter Ashley, and we were playing this game. The questions was if you could go back and get more information from one thing from your parents, what would it be? And she said, I would have liked to learn more about money. Now, let me be honest with you. I was taken aback by this. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about here because I have taught you a whole bunch of stuff about money. I'm like, wait, you forgot. I'm the parent. But it got me to thinking about, along with a couple of other conversations I've had this week, about how much information are we not passing on to our family, our friends, the people coming up behind us, and what would you have wanted to get your parents? Like, I was having a conversation with Jesse, and I was like, so you grew up, not that, other people haven't done, but I don't know that many people who grew up in a two-parent household. My parents were separated, didn't grow up in a two-parent household. So it wasn't a whole lot that my mom could ever teach me about marriage. But I was asking him, I was like, you grew up in a household with two parents. You had the mother and the father. Nobody talked to you about marriage. Nobody talked to you like how to prepare for marriage, how to stay married, when to shut your mouth, stuff like that. Like nobody had this conversation.
When to shut your mouth, really?
When to shut your mouth. Like nobody had this conversation with you. And he was like, no. I was like, wait, but you had a daddy in the household. Like your dad then was like, okay, now look. Now, like these things, I'm like, so wait, are we not passing this information on? Like every now and then I'll catch myself like, I realized at Ashley's big old age of 20 something, when she had told me, she was like, I don't know who Whitney Houston is. And I was like, oh, I'm a horrible parent. Oh my God, how did I miss Whitney? And she was like, I don't know who that is. But like, how much information are we really gatekeeping, and how can we better? Like, what's something that you wish you could have known? So,
let's start with Eddie. I like his deep contemplation.
He was deep in.
That's why I want to catch him off guard.
No, I think so. I was going to let you all. The issue is, what would I like to know? There are a lot of things I would have liked to know, but I think my situation is a little different, in that what I didn't know, my mother allowed me to find ways to learn. And I think that's what's different with me, because there are a lot of things that I learned at a very early age because I was presented with the ability to do that. I think what I would have liked to know outside of that, though, is, that it was okay. It's okay to be peculiar, to be abnormal, to be a heteroclite, right? To not think in a normal way.
I was gonna say I need you to. I don't normally when I hear words I don't know, I pause it and I see how to spell and I look it up. But since I don't have the closed caption on right now, I just go ahead and define that for me because I need that one.
Is something that is not normal, right? Not a normal,
Gotcha.
Not something that follows the usual. I tell people, don't call me a nerd, call me a heteroclite, right? Because we've messed that whole meaning of what a nerd used to be, what it was supposed to mean. We've completely messed that up. We could be a nerd for anything now, right? I could be a nerd because I like fans. But being awkward and having those things, I think a lot of times when you like to read, like I would sit on the porch and read while everybody else was running back and forth, playing rope and doing whatever. And I had family and friends that were like, man, you out here on a nice sunny day, what you reading for, right? But that's what brought me pleasure and what helped, what I like to do. So I think if I'd have known at an early age that wasn't something that was bad, I could have done a lot more things earlier in my life. My mother always supported me. But I don't think she ever really told me per se, hey, it's perfectly okay, right? There were sometimes she would go, well, maybe you should go play sports. Maybe you should go do this. And I was like, that's not really what I want to do right now, right? I want to read this book because I want to know why this dude is saying this, this, and that. So that if there is anything, I would have liked to have known that it was okay to be who I am.
Miss Pumpkin.
Well, I'd like to add that Eddie had a whole village. He stayed in the family had a big apartment building complex. My family had a Great Stone, but I wasn't there as often. But when I was there, I had a village. But once my dad and my mom separated, it kind of divided. But for the most part, Eddie did have a wonderful village, and I, Big Mary, Uncle Tracy and them, and they looked at, they saw me grow up because I was always there. So Grandma Donna, Granddaddy Phillips, it was a really wonderful village that fostered the Eddie that you all see, and I do love that family because I felt embraced. But anyway, I think that what I've learned, and especially from observing history, we can never teach one another enough. The situations have to come up, and it has to come up over a lifetime, because we just don't know what we don't know, and we don't know what we're not passing on. We know when we're in the moment, oh, let me do this, and then we're more following what we're seeing, what we're observing, as opposed to somebody being a directive and telling you this is what you got to do and this is how you do this. And it's not so much that we can verbalize. How can you teach me? I can't teach you how to teach me, because I don't know what you know and what you don't know, and I don't know what I don't know. So I don't. For example, I think like my mom, she was like, always asking, is she a good mom? And like my aunties, they always wanted to be good aunties and stuff. But it's not that you can judge that, because you don't have the wherewithal to compare. You don't have the wherewithal to know what they have in their wheelhouse in order to grow you and feed you. So what would I say that I would have liked? I would have liked more time. I would have liked more time with Big Mama. I would have liked more time with Granddaddy Shuttlesworth. I would have liked more time even with Uncle Fred Shuttlesworth. I would have liked more time, because you cannot, even if you could compact it all in a short period of time, it's going to be some things that's going to come up. Like when farmers would farm, they would always encounter new different types of weather that they didn't tell the young farmers before the storm. So they weren't able to prepare. So basically all the prep was on the older, more experienced farmer. And then over time, when they died, it still left them unprepared, because they still continued to encounter things that they had not encountered when their elder was alive. So if they had more time with them, then they could have learned those things. But I don't fault anyone for not being able to do something that they didn't know I would need to know, or they were hoping I wouldn't need to know. Like they probably hoped that I would never encounter, situations that I'm in now, where, you can't go to school here because you're not the right complexion. You can't receive your mail because, well, you're not the right complexion. And, these are the things that they were hoping I would never know personally, because they fought those battles. So I don't fault them for anything, but I do feel like if I could have been given anything, it would have been more time.
So I'll be the one to ask it. How do you teach more time? Like, I get wanting to have more time, but what tangible things or learning things of anything that
Or like, what are some things now that you have advocated? Because you're a mom, you're raising young men. Like, what is some information that you are passing on to your sons that maybe your generation wouldn't have got the advantage of knowing?
Well, first off, my sons they don't really want to know, but I tell them anyway because they're not women, and I always say, well, if you was a girl, this conversation would go different, and then I would tell them how different that conversation would go. I would tell them, well, you're not a girl, you may not experience this, but I'm now going to tell you about a menstrual so you can understand menstruals and the different supplies that this is, and these are things that guys are like, man, I didn't know, and had I known, I would feel differently. I would behave differently. Like, you mean to tell me you losing blood and I'm and you get faint and I don't understand that you're feeling faint? Let me catch you, or let me have you sit down, or in our when I was growing up, they didn't. I mean, cross gender type stuff. Like, you only knew about female stuff. Like, my family, they all told me I had to be every woman. So I had to sew, cook, clean, take care of the babies, haircuts, hairdress. I could do nails. I could do, you name it, I can do it. And it's like, they already told me everything I need to know, and I've already observed everything that they've experienced. But the only thing that I couldn't get is the time, and what would I gain in the time? Now, the time, I think, was cut short. And I could have been given that time if they would have been more aware that if they would start smoking, that Big Mama would get lung cancer and she'd be too old to get the surgery. That Madeira would have got breast cancer, and if she stayed around Buddy, who was smoking so much and chain smoking. I could have got that time if my family were better educated and in a more situation where they could self-soothe instead of running to other substances to get the support and courage and whatever it is that they needed to get to endure the times that they were doing. Oh boy, I know, right? They didn't want to know, but it's like, it's good that you should know this. But if I would have known that, I don't know what it is about a guy that I would have liked to have known, but I did know because my uncles told me. My daddy felt a little uncomfortable, but my uncles, they told me, like, look, honey, you need to know about this. And I knew because somebody told me even before it came up, because they realized this is going to come up because you're the only girl among all these boys, and you have to understand that this is what people are going to say. They're going to think that you sleeping around with people. They're not going to know that you were raised with a bunch of boys, so you feel more comfortable around a bunch of boys. So because they live long enough to tell me these things, I feel like that's the only thing that could have grew me better, was to have that time that the twisting of the narrative didn't allot us, was the time, because it was popular to smoke. Now everybody's hooked on these cigarettes that's killing them. It was popular to drink malt liquor, so even though they knew it was going to kill our people and it was only catered to our people and geared to our people, they knew what they was taking from us was time. So I feel like if there's anything that I wish I could get back, it's definitely time. And I think that that's definitely possible. It's definitely a fair request.
I think Eric has a great comment, like the stuff that they didn't really teach us in school. Like, so I do taxes for people on the side. I studied accounting. I'm not really a tax preparer, but I'm due to my experience, I can navigate it. But things like taxes, how to do your taxes, job interviews. Look, the first time I got my first paycheck and I saw like that large amount of money going out, I'm like, who is Social Security? Like, what is Medicaid? And what was it? FICA. Yeah, I'm like, who are these people and why did they get my money? Because I work for it. Like, nobody prepared for me. I was 16 when I got my job. Nobody prepared for me. All of these entities that were going to take money out. And then at the end of the year, you may owe, depending on what you made, like trash. Absolute trash. Like, not to blame my mom, but like my mom didn't really start working until later on in life. She was really more of a stay-at-home mom. And I'm like, this absolute trash, absolute trash. I don't understand this, and I don't know why it's happening. So when Ashley got her first job, I made sure, I'm like, now look, I know what you worked. I know what your hourly rate is, and this is how you calculate. Make sure that they're not screwing you out of your money. But then something's going to happen. You're going to start decisions. And before you get surprised, ta-da, the U.S. government. And a bunch of this money you're never going to see again, just so you know. Right.
Eric said we had a saying in the military, they gave us $100 and they take $99 back.
Right. Trash. Absolute trash. How to prepare for job interviews. Like, it wasn't until, I want to say, after I got out of college that I really started taking those job interviews seriously, and how to dress and questions to ask and, you know, what not to say, all kinds of stuff. You know, a couple of other little side things I learned how to use and manipulate, like the fact that I was a woman. I can't lie and say I ain't got quite a few jobs just by being a girl and showing the right goods and making sure I knew who I was interviewing with ahead of time. Look, hey, you got to do what you got to do to get a job.
Times is rough these days.
Right. Balancing a budget, like needs versus wants, things like that. Like, all, Eric, you are dead on. And they don't teach these things in school, especially now, because they do a whole lot of college prep. And everybody don't go to college. Like, you're finding in like these younger generations that they're like, I can start a business. But then nobody tells them about LLCs and licensing and business taxes and business credit and all of this stuff. So like these kind of things that you're not going to find in schools. And unfortunately, like if you so my father was an entrepreneur. Like, he worked regular jobs, he did trade work, but he opened his own businesses. So a lot of my small business ownership and my skills and stuff, and even like coming up with hustles, because you know, you from Chicago, you got to have a hustle. Look, you got to make the money some kind of way. So like all of that came from me learning from my father, and even with him not teaching me directly, like, because he was older, and I really think in his mindset, give or take. Now, he was born in the 1930s, I want to say. Mm-hmm. Like, he didn't have, like, I was a girl. I don't know what happened with my older brother, but I was a girl. So, pretty much, be cute, and you will get stuff. Like, go to school, be cute, and it'll just happen. Eventually, some man will take care of you. And I'm like, trash. Not waiting on no man. No man is taking care of mom. So I'm not doing that. I need to get this money on my own.
Now, were you also told about having a baby and the government will give you money?
No, my mom, and at a certain point, my mom was a welfare mom. So she was on public assistance. But my mom was very much so, this is what happened to me, and this doesn't have to be your lot in life. So she was like, look, and I'm like, no, I don't want that. Let me be honest with you. I ain't want children. I was like, don't get me wrong, love my siblings, but I helped raise them. Like, and I'm like, I don't want this. I don't want to be a mom. And it's okay to say that. For all these people who condemn women for not wanting to be mothers, it's okay to say that. I don't want to gatekeep this information. Everybody with a, can I say it?
Go ahead.
Everybody with a vagina ain't meant to be a mother. You're not equipped for this.
I know
everybody ain't got the mentality.
I know I was told that.
Vagina? I thought you were going to say the other word.
Oh.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So, well, have a baby, then you know, worry about to worry about this, that, and the third. You wouldn't have to worry about a man having to pay your way or whatever. So I was told that, so I was like, wow. But yeah, I agree. I was like, I'm not having kids for nothing like that. I mean, if it happened when it happened, then that's something different. But yeah, I'm with you. I was like, I'm not having no babies. I was raising everybody's baby at church and loving on everybody's baby and raising all them babies. I was like, and my god kids. I was like, no, I think I'm like, gonna try to get married.
Look, exactly what I thought was gonna happen. If I had a baby, somebody caught me slipping, and he sure did. Caught me slipping.
Shout out to our daughter Ashley.
But no, as far as that, like that mentality goes, like at one point, did I have to be on public assistance? I was. At one point in my lifetime, I was on public assistance because I had a child. But at the same time, I'm like, this chump change, I'm not waiting on no child support, because this dude had a child before me that he wasn't financially paying for. So I'm like, I'm not waiting on nobody. And this meager chump change, I could make this money. Let's just say that I've had a lot of careers and a lot of financial opportunities that I know that I can make this little money they gonna give me a month in one night if I wanted to. And I did. So I'm not out here. I'm not about to wait on the government's hand. Like the only thing that I was for sure about, because some of my financial opportunities did not come with health insurance. And I require health
there's some videos out here that you dodging?
And if you
I
find
don't know, but I
that
remember I got one on tape.
if you find that video, I'm willing to autograph it. I'll just say like that. If you find those videos, I'm willing to autograph it. Ain't no shame
For
in my game.
a fee.
Ain't no shame in my game.
We make money around these parts for a fee. For a fee.
For a fee. But no, like realistically, and I know we're not going here, but I am, like, realistically, like I took ownership. Like my mom was one of those moms, kind of like you, Tina. Like, here we are. I'm going to give you all the uncomfortable sex talk that you do want.
Yeah, but it was your mom to you as a daughter. It's her as a mom to her sons. A little different.
But yeah, like my mom. But I was like, you know what? I was like, so let me get this straight. And has there been some? I'm going to preface this. Has there been some repercussions for these kind of conversations? Absolutely. For this thought process, absolutely. Everything ain't sweet. But I got to thinking about it. I was like, look, if this is what it is that most men are going to want what's between my legs, then I'm going to need to be compensated for it. Not to say I've ever prostituted a day in my life. I've never prostituted. Let me just clear that up.
Honey,
I was like, but
got one of uncles, and he was like, they will pay through the wazoo.
I thought she was going to say you had an uncle who was a prostitute. I
make
know where
them
that was going.
pay. I'm like, look, if
Right,
the
he was
sheer
like, make them pay.
right, if the sheer ideal of that you could would be is enough to make you come up off these dollars, I'm not doing this for. Not going to sit up there. And, we're not finna do that. So I'm going to use what. Look, in words of Diamond, I'm going to use what I got to get what I want. And I will say this: proof is in the pudding. I got no student loans, and me and my daughter, who was in private school, paid for all the tuition. Put it to you like that. Like, and what I learned, tax-free work, right? Look, I put what I learned about finances and I educate other people. I'm like, look, for all these people who think that this soft girl movement is new, it's really not. Like, y'all just phrase it. The young women nowadays, they just phrase it differently. They call. I'm like, no, it's being a woman. Why do I have to down myself as a woman? I don't need to act like a man. I don't. But I got something better than that. I had a brain.
You know,
all I gotta do is be 10 steps ahead of you. Look, like that question you asked about the animals. Look, I don't have to be a better shot than you. I just need to get ahead of you so I don't get hit. That's the bare bones basis of it. But like a lot of these things we don't talk about. Like it is okay. You ain't gotta be a victim to be on your feminist, on your feminine vibes or spirit or whatever you want to call it nowadays. You ain't gotta be a victim, and you ain't gotta be soft in that nature. At the same time, I ain't gotta walk around like I got a set of balls down there in order to be considered a human being. I don't have to flex mine. I don't have to do that. Like, and if we get to the bare bones base of you being okay with being yourself, knowing where you come from, and using what you have available to you to get where you need to be at, and be okay with that. Be okay with that. I love my husband. Like he comes from like the Yeah, impoverished community.
No, I'll say it for you because you being too nice. We come from, you know how people say we come out the mud. We got I ain't come up from the mud. I came from under the mud. I came from a city you've never heard of. It's called Aliquippa, Pennsylvania. It's 15, 20 minutes outside of Pittsburgh. It is one of the poorest cities you will ever see. It is like 3 notches above Skid Row. When the steel mills and everything was booming in the 60s and 70s, Quip was the place to be. When that steel mill shut down, everything shut down with it. Yeah. Quip. I love Quip. Wave red and black forever wave, but y'all know what it is. Y'all know.
It's poor. Like think of like, especially for us that are on here. Like think of like the worst part of the South Side of Chicago, and then think worse than that. Like I was like, ugh. Yeah. Look, I grew up in Inglewood. Ugh. What is happening here? I lightweight felt like I came from from the Gold Coast area. I was like, oh, what's happening here? Where this smells poverty here. But it did. I was like, I don't know what's happening here. Like I feel like your drug dealers are poor here. I don't make it make sense. But my husband grew up, born and raised, like the church is in him. Like there's no way around it. His mother was a pastor. His father was a pastor. This is what he know. Mm-hmm. And at no point is he ever denying this. And I like this about him. I'm like, don't deny where you came from. You come from the church. Like you weren't out here. You ain't had to do nothing strange for no change. You come from the church. And if you don't think he has not used that to get positions in life, you would be sadly mistaken.
A job I got right now. In the interview, she asked me to teach her something that she doesn't know, because part of the job it involved being able to communicate with people and getting them to understand concepts that they may not be aware of. So I taught her about faith. I had 5 minutes to teach. I taught her about faith, scripture, and all. She said nobody has ever done something like that before. You are hired. You are a man of God. I said, thank you for the job. Appreciate it. Sure did. I have no problem. Y'all gonna use what y'all got. I use what I got, and I got Jesus. My Jesus is better than what y'all got. I promise you. My Jesus gave y'all what y'all got.
And Mike is right. I don't speak for most women, but I can speak for myself. Like it's a whole bunch of women. Like I ain't got to flex. I ain't got to never pull my balls out. But I guarantee you, I went into the job that I have right now. I was like, look, let me be honest with you. The traffic here is trash, and I don't want to have another commute. My husband is already coming here every day, and I want this job. She was like, do you feel like you overqualified for it? I said, I just left a job as a data scientist. So, yeah, I am. But I want this job because I want money, and I don't want to have to deal with the traffic in Atlanta. She said, okay, you hired. I said, okay, great.
Trek, you speaking facts. If you can make it out of Quip, you can make it anywhere. That is a straight up fact. You make it out. Mike was there for my wedding, for my first wedding to my first wife. Yeah. You saw. He understands.
Yeah,
he know.
Mike, you saw.
He know. You make it out of Quip, you can make it anywhere. But that's the thing. Like understanding how to take what you know and convey it and pass it along, as well as taking what you never learned. So like the thing that to me, I really gave a lot of thought to this question because it was bugging me, because my wife didn't like that I didn't have an answer at first. I really didn't. I promise you I didn't. I was like, I don't know. And part of it wasn't because there isn't stuff that my parents did not teach me. A huge portion of it is simply because I was an observationalist. So they didn't directly teach me. I watched and I saw what to do, what not to do. I began to understand stuff. Like a lot of what I understand and know about finance and money and things like that doesn't come because mom's taught me or my dad taught me. I watched how poor they were. And I watched how they knew how to stretch a dollar. But I also watched how some of them dollars didn't need to be stretched if stuff was done a little better. And so I learned a lot through just watching. And so it wasn't a whole lot of things I could think of that I wish I had been taught. And then I started thinking about it. I was like, you know what would have been great? just given a little more definition to is manhood, especially a thing that in 2023 is a foreign concept, is a taboo concept, is something that can get you canceled. Like, I always say I'm a man. I'm 100% man, real man, all day long, every day. And people think that I'm talking about because I'm not transgender. That's not what I mean, although I'm not that either. I'm 100% all man, all day, every day, because I understand manhood. I understand what it takes to be a man. And it has nothing to do with the fact that I'm a male. I am a man. There are things that are in me that if it had been given a little more fine tune, like I'll give an example. It took me being with my wife now to really get to a place with Eric said I identify as poor. I'm sorry that messed me up. So it took me getting with her to recognize that my manness needed some fine tuning. So I'm old school in that I never wanted her to work. I don't want her working. I still to this day I don't want her working. And she wanting to try to be a submissive wife was like, all right, and the opportunity came up. Not so much of her own doing, but just came up where she wound up not having a job. It was like, okay, I won't work. And like 2 weeks later, she's bored out of her skull.
Oh, housework, disgusting. Don't
And
like I do it. I just don't want to.
The arguments were so bad. Not because like there was stuff that I required her to do, because I don't require a whole lot. It was more like she's just bored
Out of my
and
mind.
wants to scream and break down walls. And my thought at the time was, but I'm the man. I'm the provider. I need to work. You don't need to work. Had I been taught to what the fullness of manhood is, as a leader, as a man for real, it would have been to understand this is a woman who grew up working. This is a woman who grew up having responsibility. It's a foreign concept to her to not have responsibility. It's unnerving for her to not have some responsibility. She don't need to have it all, but having some responsibility. It's unnerving to not have any. A real man should be able to see that and be like, all right, baby, go and work. So I had to come to a point where like, okay, look, this is how we're going to handle it. I want you to work as long as you want to work. And then I was still super hard in my so-called madness. I was like, okay, here's how we gonna do it. Yeah, you can go ahead and work and everything, and what you make is yours, and what I make is ours. And then
life happened.
We needed money
Reality
to pay
happened.
bills. And I was like, ooh, I can't even get a second or third job at the moment. I got to take some money from her. Oh my God. But real manhood isn't that. Real manhood is understanding you have to do what you have to do, take care of your family. And if you choose wisely, you choose a partner who is able to help support you while you support her. That's what true manhood is. And now manhood, like Michael talking about this thing of toxic masculinity, it really has ticked me off when people start using phrases like toxic masculinity. First of all, because you don't ever hear toxic femininity, but I'll leave that alone.
So, like, honestly, not to cut you off, but honestly,
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
how did you, like, can you really be honest about it? How did it make you feel when you had to ask her for money?
Oh, I didn't ask. The bill had to get paid. And it was like, baby, this bill needs to get paid. She was like, all right, I'll take care of it.
When you had to tell her that, when you had to tell her you couldn't pay the bill.
Oh, it
and
ticked me
you
off.
had to take,
It ticked me off.
did it make you feel like you were less than a man?
It ticked me off.
I think our whole situation of how we got together, like especially from him coming from, especially if you know his parents and their financial dynamic. So like can I say?
Go ahead.
So he was in the process, when we first met, he was in the process of being evicted.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, like, you know, I was on some sketchy financial ground myself. Like, but I had a place to live. Like, I wasn't finna let my daughter be homeless. Even no matter what happened to me, my daughter's never going to be homeless. I'm like, you'll never know homelessness. It's just not going to happen. If I got to sell some cheeks, I'm selling some cheeks. At that point, I would have prostituted, so you can keep a roof over your head. You're not going to know homelessness. But so he was like, I have a job. And at the time, he was working temp jobs. But, those are temporary. They are what they say they are, the temp jobs. So he was like, hey, I may be out of communication with you for a minute because I may be sleeping in my car. And it's not that he ever asked me. I was like, why would you sleep in your car? And he was like, because I don't have any family here. And, like, I've reached out to people in the church. And, like, nobody is like, hey, you can sleep on my couch or whatever. Nobody said nothing. I'm like, why don't you just stay here? Like, that's not a big of a deal. He was like, no, like, I'm not finna live off of no. I'm like, dude, calm down. It's a bed. You sleep in it anyway. When you come over here, it's not that big of a deal. Like, I'm not telling you got to stay here the whole time. Like, you want to move out, get your own place, be that. Do all of that. I don't care nothing about that. I was like, but, like, real talk, you can't date me and sleep in your car. Like, I'm going to need you to shower. I'm going to need you to have the bare bones basics necessities of washing your butt. So, like, this is not, I'm not trying to demean you or take away from your manhood. Like, real talk. I just want you to be okay. It's just that simple. It's not that big of a deal to me.
And that talk was necessary. That she wasn't trying to.
Yeah, because I was gonna sleep. I was gonna sleep in my car, and it wasn't. I thought she was gonna emasculate me. No, it wasn't. I thought she was trying to emasculate me, or even that was gonna be emasculating. It was that as a man, you don't live off no woman. As a man, you provide. She got a whole family. Her and her daughter, a whole family. What I look like as a man coming in, and now I'm gonna be living in your house. And even in the process of moving in, here's how messed up it was for a while. That if things had been evened out more within me, the process would have been even easier. Because I move in, right? You know what I did? I put 99% of my stuff in storage. I had maybe 6 or 7 pairs of clothes, something like that, stuff to be able to get back and forth to work with and get back and forth to church with. All the rest of my stuff, she had room. Most of the rest of my stuff was in storage. I'm paying stupid money for a storage facility that I didn't need because now I got a place.
And was that because you wanted to not feel emasculated?
Because I was a man. For me, it wasn't even about emasculation. Like, that wasn't even a thought in my head that I was going to be emasculated about this. It was simply that I'm a man. This is what men do. Men provide. Men don't live off of nobody. Men don't need no help. I'm a man. And if I'm going to be a man, this is what I have to go through. Times get tough. Times get hard. You a man. Suck it up and deal with it. Walk it off. That's what we do. I'm a man. That was my whole thing. Was for me, like, the way I thought then, even the way I think now in terms of what emasculation is, it is a purposeful demeaning of me as a man. Her offering to help me wasn't for me a purposeful demeaningness. It was her trying to help me, her trying to support. But I'm a man. You don't support me. Support you. I'm a man. You don't help me. I'm supposed to help you. I got the muscles. I'm supposed you supposed to hold on to my arm. But what's this me hanging on? No, that's not how it's supposed to go. And so it was a hard transition because when as a kid growing up, I saw my father be a man, but I didn't understand and learn manhood from him. And now, older, understanding way more than I did then about the dynamic of my household. My mom was the one who took care of the home. She had the job. My father worked for the church, and the church didn't pay him almost ever. He had a W-9 with the church, and them Negroes didn't
Breathe.
Still
Yeah,
a
'cause
sore
like
spot
when
for
me
me.
and
I
Eddie
want to go burn
were-
the place down to the ground.
When Eddie was,
that roused me.
trying to court me, and I thought, he was giving me gifts, and this the first time I was in a relationship where I felt like, oh yeah, I want to give you a gift too. And we had like a church dinner coming up, and it was an after 5 occasion and stuff. and I wanted to buy him an outfit so he can have a nice after five outfit to go, and he cursed me all the way out in public and left me because he was like, don't buy him no outfit. And I'm just trying to help. So it's like, it's difficult for a woman. So I think that that would have been something that I would have liked to have known. Like, and then there was this one older guy. He was really well to do. He was rich. And he took me out. He was trying to court me to marry him. And he came he my door to get in the car. And then when he walked around to get in his side, I reached over to unlock the door, and he cursed me all the way out. Like, don't ever do that. So I think that there's a lot that's, yeah, he was like, don't ever help me, you don't do that or whatever. So I think that there's a lot that we can only learn by experiencing that individual, because everybody's raised differently. Like, I would, help my brother, get stuff. Maybe it's different because that's like, your brother, sister. But as far as not emasculating a man that's trying to be your man.
Like I said, that speaks more to intent than it does to what's being done. Are you intending to help because you want to demean them? Meaning that later on, you're going to hold this over their head. I helped you. The only reason you are where you are is because I helped you. You won nothing without me. That type of stuff. That's emasculation. Everything else is being a helpmeet, is being an assistance to, and it is men in particular that have a hard time with that. I like what Mike was saying. My boy Mike was saying. He's talking about how one of the problems in American culture today is they have this thing called toxic masculinity, and rather than the response and answer to toxic masculinity being better masculinity, we have made it femininity. So we're going to kill the masculine in you and make you feminine, as opposed to take this toxicity out of you to purify your masculinity. I take the toxic out of my masculine by not being afraid to allow my wife to do things, to be better at things than I am, to be stronger at things than I am. I take the toxic out of my masculinity by making sure my wife has a strong voice and is able to speak her mind without repercussion and me jumping down her throat or whatever. Like, and not being afraid of her success. I would much rather her be more successful than me. I'm great with that. I'm cool with that. Go ahead and make your millions. I mean, I still get a piece. I'm in the house. I ain't got no problem being Stedman. Stedman support, whether he's with Oprah or not, for real, he supports her. Like he is there for her. He is everything she needs him to be. And as a result of that, he is still all man. We don't see that. We don't see that being held up as masculinity. We want to take a man who doesn't know how to be a man effectively and say, no, what you need to be is you need to be softer. And in your softness, you need to make sure that you have all of the things, and you need to start asking questions that only women should ask, because you need to be a softer man, and you need to pander to women and those kinds of things, and you need to make sure that they're always in positions that they feel secure, but you're not the one who should ever make them feel secure. I wish I would.
But see, that's the same thing with women. Like, for example, the rich guy was like, oh, that's a sign of your social class, and you don't know nothing, you don't know no better. And then, like, with Eddie, it made him feel like, oh, well, you trying to throw your weight around. So it's really, I think more so women are worried about emasculating a man than a man feeling like he's degrading his woman.
I think Mike has a great point. Like, masculinity and femininity, they should be like yin and yang.
They work
like
together.
They balance each other out. Like, I don't think it should be a thing. And I think people have just way overthought it. And I wish that there was more teaching from our elders about why they assume certain roles and what this looked like. So like the whole thing with the car door, like and I saw it in a movie, Bronx Tales. That whole thing about opening the car door, I saw it in the Bronx Tales, and I went to my mom and I asked my mom about that, and she was like, "Yeah, like I agree with that. Like this just shows like if it got
Probably
like
have to tell what the Bronx Tale portion is.
oh,
'Cause most
so
people
the
don't know it.
portion is I can never pronounce his name. So the
Person A.
yeah, person A, he goes. He was told that. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna get out of the car. You're gonna lock the door. You're gonna go around her side. You're gonna unlock the door. You're gonna open the door, and you're gonna let her into the car, and then you're going to lock the door again. Then you're gonna go to the other side to your door, and if she don't unlock that door for you, she's selfish. Put that broad out at the curb. Leave her there. And so I saw it and I asked my mom, I was like, so I asked her, like, my question to her was like, I was like, so do you do that for dad or, dad or daddy? Because I had a dad and a stepfather. I was like, do you do that? And then she was like, yeah. I was like, so is that like that's a good thing to do? And she was like, yeah. She was like, not that you're selfish or anything. She was like, but if we're going to be together, then why wouldn't we work together?
I first heard of that when I forget the comic was talking about it. Some comic, I was 23 or so, something like that, was talking about that very kind of a thing. That if you unlock your girl's door, you open the door, and you get around, and she ain't at least attempted, she don't care about you because his perspective was this: you have made sure once she's in the car that she's safe. Now you get around to your side of the door, and now you got to re-unlock it to try to get in. How safe are you?
Right.
She don't care about your safety. She don't care about what happens to you. This is to get you in the car quicker so that the both of you now are safe. So if she don't care about your safety, what you doing with her? I was like, that makes a whole lot of sense. Like most women that I have been with, they will have either done that or have attempted to do it. I'm generally too quick to get around. When I do open the door, I'm quick. Well, I used to be. I'm old now. My knees and the ankles and back don't let me be as quick. But so I don't necessarily look for it. But I understood the principle, which is again like what Mike is saying, that they should work together. It should be a balance, but because that's not taught, we miss out on that. Like I know what the topic was intended to do, right? In terms of things that we ought to teach, and my statement kind of took it in a whole other direction. But I like the direction that it went to, in particular because we worry about so many of the other things that can be learned easily, especially in 2023. You can learn how to balance your budget. There are YouTube videos all across, tons of them, on how to balance a budget. You
TikTok
can learn.
is teaching so much stuff out there.
I mean, you can go to people like Eddie and the Erudition Network and listen to him talk about Black history to understand where you came from, understand family values and things like that. But you know what's really hard to understand how to do? Be a man. Be a woman. Like really what that is. I saw this reel on Facebook, and somebody probably gonna kick my butt for this, but it made so much sense to me. It was an argument between one of the members of the LGBTQ plus community and a student. And the student, and it was supposed to be in this spelling bee kind of setting, right? And so they said the word was woman. All I do is spell a woman. Spelling bees, they tell you, okay, can you use it in a sentence? Can you tell me its origin? Can you define it? So they gave the sentence. They gave the origin, and when it came to defining it, they just said, it's a woman. And the transgender person couldn't really answer it, and so the straight person couldn't answer it that was right next to him, and then somebody in the crowd just stood up and screamed, can you just spell the word? And the student was like, but can you please just define it? Why is it so hard to define what a woman is? It's that becomes hard in today's society because we don't really know what femininity is anymore. We don't really know what masculinity is anymore because we blurred way too many lines in terms of it, and it has nothing to do with what you say that you were born as or what your sexual preference is. Femininity and masculinity is something that should be on the inside of you, that should be taught and cultivated as to how to be. Masculinity is I don't even know how to properly articulate it, but it is what makes you a man. It's not the penis. The penis makes you a male. Masculinity makes you a man. How I deal with the people around me, how I lead, how I provide, how I cater to, how I care for. That's masculinity, and the way that I go about doing it so that the people around me are comfortable receiving it, that's masculinity. As a masculine male, I'm supposed to lift up and build up. I'm supposed to be the one. I shouldn't necessarily try to be the one out front. I'm supposed to be the one under you, holding you up. Say, hey, yeah, here you go. We're going to push you as high as you can go. And once you get as high as you can go, pull me up. And then I'm going to push you up some more. And sometimes the reverse is the case, where the femininity is supporting your husband, supporting your man, and pushing him up, holding. Like there is this asinine discussion that I keep hearing over and over on social media as it relates to men and women, like why a woman should no longer tolerate a dude who may not at the particular time that they are dating have a job. And I'm like, yo, but what's the reason he don't have a job? I ain't talking about them jokers who sit on the couch all day playing video games and you know, and they draws, they ain't got nothing going for themselves. So, did he get laid off? Is he trying to get another job? Does he have prospects? What is the reason for the layoff? And why can't you stand by him while he's there? Like, I hear stories of previous generations where the woman would work for a while the man went to school to get his degree so that he can have a better job to make something for his family. And then what would happen is once he got his degree, he would do all the working so that she could now do what she wanted to do so that they can find an equilibrium. Well, I don't know more. I wish you would tell one of these modern day women that, okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm closer to my degree, so I want you to work a little bit, help support us while I go to school, so I can make some more money for the family. That kind of sorry man is you.
No, because like real talk, like I was in one of my women's group the other day and I saw a post as to why women react like that. So this woman was supporting her guy and they were together and they were both college students. And he was like, you know, these courses is kicking my butt. And, you know, so why don't, you know, do you mind if I quit my job so I could focus on school? And then she was like, yeah. And then, you know, by the time, so you go ahead and I'll take less courses and I'll work more. And then you take more courses. And then when you get out, boom, then I'm going to quit my job. And you know, I'll go back to school full time. And he was like, yeah. And as soon as this ninja graduated, he dumped her.
That's not a phase of bad manhood or bad situation. That's a product of you didn't pay attention to the signs. You don't know who you was dating.
Yeah, like
that's the problem.
But like seriously, I be listening to like some of these young ladies, and I be like, good Lord, I am sorry. I could see why there are a whole bunch of women who now just want to date women because it's scary out there. Like, seriously, trash. Like, I'm like, what is happening out there? Like, there was this dude was like, you know, since you know, we gonna go out on a date, we gonna split the bill, and then like I'm wondering if before then like you could help me out with my rent. I'm like, we talking about the opposite of toxic masculinity, dude. What is you doing for this change I'm about to pay? Because it sounds like that you were telling me you are a prostitute. Like, I mean, like, you, and I'm going to need some extreme tricks and talents, dude. Like, you can't, just because you showed up with a penis, I could buy one of those at the store. So I'm going to need to see some extreme tricks and talents before I start talking about paying your bills. What is happening?
But that's what I'm talking about. that is the choice of your mate. That's not a function of a bad situation. That's a function of you chose badly in your choice of mate. Like Mike put on here, and I appreciate Mike for staying on this long. He said, I play video games, and I do too. He said, but he's never been without a job. Most times he has 2 jobs. And I've known him for quite a while, and I can say that that's the
Mike
case,
need a
right?
Vacation.
He really does. Mike, Atlanta's calling for you.
When you coming down, Mike? When you coming down?
We got some things for you down here. Come on down this way. But like to have a guy like Mike, most would be like, no, I'm not doing that. You play too many video games. But this dude works 2-3 jobs at a time. Works hard. Works hard. If he would be like, yo, I need a break, to support him is different than supporting Tyrone down the street, who ain't never had more than a McDonald's job, talking about I want to go to college, and can't even get into community college. It's a difference. We don't, which is another gatekeeping thing that's not taught well, is we don't teach people how to choose a mate. We don't know how to date. They don't know how to court. They don't know how to date. They don't know how to look. They don't know how to ask questions, look for signs. People are still baffled to this day that I am dead serious when I say I asked this woman 20 or 2,000 questions in 2 weeks. And they were not just, what's your favorite color? What's your favorite kind of food? I was asking real questions, stuff that I cared about. I don't care what her favorite food is. I know what I like. I'll figure out what you like to eat once we go out to enough restaurants. I'll see which order. Care about your favorite color? I'll know your favorite color the more I pay attention to what you dress. But let me ask you a question. Where do you see yourself going in 5 years? What do you, if my favorite question, if a bird and a fish fell in love, where are they gonna live? Oh, that's a weird question. Yes, it's a weird question. You know why it's a weird question? It teaches, it lets me know what you have been taught or what your thoughts are on compromise. Because the first thing people be like when they were like, well, maybe they spend half of the time on the shore until the fish almost dies, and then the bird try to spend as much time as he can on water before he drowns. I'm like, that's stupid. First of all, I never said what kind of a bird. You do know that swans and ducks can swim. And they spend a vast majority of their time on top of the water. And if you get a fish that spends the majority of its time at the surface of the water as opposed to the depth of the water, they can live right on the water. It shows how well you were thinking to try to make a situation work.
Now, I've seen fish, but I ain't never seen a fish live out of water.
No, not out of water, on the surface. Someone said they'll go to they'll go up to the edge of the beach. And sit on the shore until the tide comes and washes it back in so it can stay alive. Like, that's stupid. You're talking about sacrificing yourself and causing your partner to be heartbroken watching you die when you could be a swan or a duck and live on and be most of the time on top of the water, and have you a fish that comes to the surface of the water and y'all can live. Questions like that. I ask questions like, if you could be any animal, real or fictional, what would you be and why? Because once you tell me the animal that you are, I research the characteristics of the animal. That tells me a whole lot about you and your personality. This woman over here, she told me she wanted to be a lion. Lion's the king of the jungle. Not a lioness. She said lion. King of the jungle. Told me she is a ruler. She's authoritative. She don't take no mess. She likes to lead. How does that mesh with me who wants to be a sphinx? Body of a lion, head of a pharaoh, wings of an eagle. All rulers. Now I know, okay, this is going to be a little difficult. Because we got two rulers.
We're going to have a couple of...
in the same house.
So our first conversation, one of our first conversations, all right, now, so... how we fight.
Yep.
We got to come up with a way to fight, because, and he said in the message today, I'm only going to argue with you for so long. He is very long-winded.
Woohoo!
He is a talker. I'm not a talker. I'm only going to talk for so long, and I will get really frustrated, and when I go quiet, run. When I'm done talking, we got problems. You got bigger problems to be concerned with. So we got to figure out, how do we not kill each other? Let's be realistic. Because he not soft and neither am I. So how do we fight? Like what is this going to look like when we have our, cause like just like you, our first argument came because of a gift. I was in the store. Buying gifts is a part of my love language. I love buying gifts. Like I can't tell you how much money I spent on, like, it's not even, it's a men thing. It's Karen, Shateria. Like, if you with me, you roll with me, and I love you. If I say I love you, I show it out of my pocket. It's just a part of me. So, like, I was in the store, saw a pair of pants. I was like, oh, he got a cute butt.
No, Eric. If anything, I'm getting the address sent. No.
He said, "Send me your address. I like gifts."
I got that. But yeah, so like I was in the store. I was like, he got a cute butt. These pair of jeans, not that big of a deal. Didn't really cost me a lot of money. I want to see him in this, not to emasculate him or flex money on him or whatever. It wasn't even like that. Didn't think anything of it. Bought him a pair of pants. Well, he hates gifts.
Show do.
So we had a fight, and I was like, "What you ain't gonna keep doing is raising your voice at me." And this is the moment where the power dynamic happened. I was like, "Look, you in my house, you not gonna keep raising your voice at me. This is about to be a problem, cause we only got so long before I go quiet. So maybe we need to walk away from each other right now for everybody's safety. This isn't gonna go well. I don't know who you dealt with before, and no disrespect to his ex-wife. I was like, I don't know, because she was a young white woman. I was like, I'm not young, and I'm not white, and this ain't gonna go good. So
is that like how all black men talk? Is that what you guys grew up seeing? That to be a black man, you had to raise your voice. Like you can't be discreet.
His whole family loud. His mama loud. His brothers loud.
Yeah, for me that's how I grew up.
The only one that I never heard loud was your daddy.
And he's just because by the time you got to him, he wasn't able to talk too much. Now my whole family is like you.
His whole family loud.
We talk loud as a normal volume. This is how we talk in my house. Hey, so how's it going, Josh? Now, this is what we're doing right here. And okay. Hey, Josh, go get me something to eat. Mel, could you go downstairs? This is when they're standing right next to us. We're loud talkers. If you're not loud, you're not going to get heard. That's just legitimately how my house is. So when because I know that's how my house is, I have to make conscious efforts to not be loud like that in normal everyday life. When I am frustrated or I am angry, I stop concentrating on the fact that I need to talk what normal people consider normal, and I talk at my normal volume, which for everyone else is yelling. I wasn't yelling. I was talking about normal in the Jones household volume. But for her, especially because she hadn't heard it before and hadn't met my family up at that point, that was yelling. And you know what yelling does to Philonda? It makes her mad.
Let me just be honest. It makes me violent.
Things don't go that well.
And what do you do?
Starts to happen.
What do you do when all the yelling starts? Now, when the yelling starts, I walk away. It's time to go. Don't talk to me. Don't even come close to me. You come anywhere within like leg distance, we're gonna have a problem. But other than that, I'll walk away. What do you do?
Let's just say that I have never been arrested by the police, and I'd like to keep it that way.
Same.
I'm a by any means necessary get my point across kind of girl. Let's just say there has been blood.
Not from me. Let's clear that up. Ain't been no blood shed over this way. But yeah, she's everything she said she is. She's that and then some.
I'm America's sweetheart.
Except for that, there's the lie. I was waiting on the lie. There's the lie. Every high praise ministry member that's still on here should say, "We know the lie when we hear it." But that's legitimately like how we are. And so it was understanding how to then communicate in that case. I got loud. Here's the thing: you can't walk away from me, especially now in the midst of an argument. That's not how this works with me. We gonna get this thing done, cause I don't like having to delay it. I feel it right now. Get it out of my system now. Let's get it over with so we can go on about our day. The Bible says, "Don't let the sun go down on your wrath." So let's get this wrath out before the sun go down.
Yeah, and typically if the sun will go down on you and there won't be another sunrise. So this is why we had to compromise.
Which is why we had the discussion of how do we fight.
So like in the beginning of our marriage, like we have a disagreement, we would text it out because like what you can't do. So he gets loud and you can't get loud with me because the moment you get loud, like, and you know, before he even knew how many actual weapons I kept in the house, I was like, dude, you don't even know. You almost died that first day. Like, for real, for real.
What
And I'm a
prevented it?
girl. I am a girl who has never been arrested. So,
Jesus.
So what happened? How did you prevent
Jesus.
getting bloody?
Jesus.
You turned your voice down, Jesse?
Jesus. No. Jesus.
I literally, like, I was like, you know what? Yeah, it was Jesus, but I had to walk away. Like, seriously, like I need to walk it off. Like, seriously.
No, you didn't walk it off. You stayed in the room. I walked it off. What happened was you locked the door, and I couldn't get in. I wasn't about to break down the door. And I don't do screaming through doors. I don't do that. And so
Not me, Eric. I'm America's sweetheart.
Once again, she's America's sweetheart, like slavery. So she locked the door. I went for a walk. By the time I got back from a walk, she had the door open. I walked right in. We started talking again, and we were able to keep it civil.
And did y'all text between that?
Not that time. We didn't learn the texting thing.
We had to come to a compromise about that.
Yeah,
like,
that took a while.
Like, cause I'm like, seriously though, I'm like, dude, you could be gone. Like, seriously. Like, I don't. This. Prior to that, I had 2 altercations, and one of them you actually know, cause we were friends in high school and we were dated, and he survived only because I let
Statute of limitations
him.
may not be up.
Right, he survived because I let him. He is the first man to ever put his hands on me, and he is alive to this day. He better thank God because I let him. But we'll just leave it at that.
Because I don't know if the statute of limitations is up. But
I don't know. I still got a restraining order against him, so whatever.
But yeah, so those are the things that we need to understand how to gatekeep. Like we all have experience now. We in our 40s. We have experience now.
Mm-hmm.
We understand what the courting process is like. What the Jesus, Pastor J is on.
Greetings,
what's good,
Pastor J.
What's good, Pastor J?
He done missed the earful.
Oh no, he came on at the right time. This is his kind of talking. This him. He's one of my co-hosts with the Pastor's Crew. We call him the unrepentant Judas because he loves to lie. He's a pastor who loves to lie. But yeah, so like we're in our 40s. We understand how to date. We understand at this point, or should understand, what being a real man, being a real woman is. There are things that we now have accumulated in over the course of our years that, rather than saying to our children, like has been said to us and in previous generations, well, I went through it, so you got to go through it. We should start saying, hey, there's a pothole. Don't fall in that pothole. Now, if you fall in that pothole, that's your problem.
But I'm trying to tell you, like, don't fall into this pothole.
Because
like,
it hurts.
I'm big on it. Like, I live unfiltered for a reason. Like, I don't want any young woman to have to go through some of the stuff that I went through. Like, I'm big on that. Like, I tell you, I'm like, look, you out here dating now, you live in different times. Everybody got a my chart. If they got a doctor, they got a my chart. Don't play these games in these streets with these diseases and STDs. You show me yours, I'll show you mine before we hook up. I need to see when the last time you've been testing. I need to know. Let's be realistic. I need to know how many partners you've had.
What's
Like,
a mic
you-
chart?
My chart, MY.
Yeah. So like
yeah.
most of the healthcare organizations have where your medical records are online. So you should be able to show me yours. Or bring me the piece of paper. Or we go to the STD clinic together. Like, I'm not playing these games. I'm not finna be out here like all these women that slept with Charlie Sheen. No. I need to know your status. Look, HIV ain't the only thing that's out here. Look, let's be realistic. We both got experiences. And if you don't have experience, hey, you need to know that I do. Let's not sugarcoat this. Like, look, we need to know what's happening out here.
Let's go get you some experiences. So here we gonna do. Speaking of experiences, here we gonna do. We're gonna stop the topic there because I think we've covered a lot. We've done a lot. It's been good, and we've had a lot of serious in, and I'm ready to have some fun. So we're gonna take a quick break with one of the words from our sponsors. We're gonna come back with the Real Talk Banter, Pick Your Poison edition. Hopefully Eddie gets back on as soon as he can because I love his facial reactions to some of these questions. We'll be right back after these messages.
When you look your best, you feel your best. When you look together, you feel together. Where do you go when you need the right accessories? You come see me. I have everything you need for the colors, for the classics, for the rings, for the bling, for every outfit. For your casual outfits, for your formal outfits, for your work outfits, for your hangout with your girls outfits, for your going out to dinner outfits. Anytime you need the accessories to add that bling to your life, come see me. I am Maya Jordan, and I am the owner of Crown Jewel. You can find me on Facebook at Maya Jordan. That's MayaJordan. And I am also on Instagram as Queen Elizabeth Jordan. So the next time you need some accessories or any kind of consulting, feel free to see me, inbox me, or catch one of my lives. Have a great evening.
All right, we back. All right, there we go. I see Eddie back on. There we go. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. All right, it's time for my favorite segment. Still working on how to get the jingle together. I have my boy Mike send me some beats so I can get this jingle together because I always have wanted a nice little jingle for the Real Talk Banter, and I'm about to get it. So, y'all have been here before with the Real Talk Banter. We did the Pick Your Poison edition last time, and since I haven't seen all the cards yet in both decks, I want to go again. And I have done Pick Your Poison 4 different times now, and stuff still ain't getting repeated. But, like, it's different combinations all the time. So, Pick Your Poison After Dark edition, I highly recommend it to everybody who is sadistic like myself. I'm shuffling some of these cards now so they can be in random orders. For those who are unfamiliar, what I'm going to do is from this portion of the deck, and the deck is, let me see how I can get it in. There we go. The deck is much larger than what this is, but I'm pick 2 cards from this deck, and it's kind of a would you rather, and you have to choose which one of the 2 you would do. Now, I'm picking these at random. So I'm picking them from anywhere in the deck. But we gonna see which of the 2 that you would do. And these questions are crazy, outlandishly whoever wrote this needs Jesus. We need to pray for the author of this, and probably pray for me because I bought it.
And the person who bought it.
But y'all played it, so I love doing it. It's quite fun.
Who bought it?
Oh, I did. I fully admit it. I have tons of fun with it. It is wonderful, especially to see the reactions that people are seeing. And Mike, since you have never heard this game before the way we play it, bruh, you're going to be in for a treat. All right, so would you rather stare and salivate uncontrollably every time you smell a fart, or We've done the second one before. Find six live webcams streaming from your bathroom.
Okay, I'm a stare.
You're gonna stare and salivate uncontrollably. So you're gonna make people think that you want to eat and either eat the fart or are turned on by farts. Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, because last time I picked the camera, so I want to be adventuresome this time and pick something different because we already heard what I had to say about the webcams.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Eddie, what say you, sir?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you,
okay,
but you're
now.
frozen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to make sure that you all can hear me because it's causing me errors. Yeah, I'll do the salivate thing.
Okay. So we got two people turned on by farts. Okay.
I'm a cam girl, so if you paying me, you don't.
Didn't say you
Don't
getting
get the
paid.
bill.
Just said you're being. They're found.
Look,
That
if
means
you
probably
find-
somebody put them there.
Oh, look, if you find them, that's your fault. You gonna get what you went looking for. I'll tell you that much.
I'm going with the webcams too. I'm still with the webcams because if I find them, somebody probably put them there. But if what's gonna happen is we gonna work together and make some serious money.
I'm gonna need
Now
to be
that I
compensated.
know that they're there, we're gonna make some real money because I'm gonna do some things that's gonna help us make some money. Your son said he's sticking with the toilet cams too. He's gonna stick with the toilet camera.
But
I
like, how
don't know if
often
it's gonna be
does
in the
somebody
toilet camera.
pass gas that you smell it? So I'd rather feel secure.
I'm a
going to
Jones,
the
so listen,
Not in my-
I'm a Jones, so it happens quite frequently. Also, it didn't say it had to be somebody else's fart. Listen, don't be sorry for her, cause I ain't the only one who was playing them trumpets. I promise you right now, I am not the only one.
Never.
There are some air trumpets being played
said she has
from those
never.
cheeks right there. She's a, I have never lied. She has never held one in around me. That's what the never is. Don't let that lie be told.
Oh, I have.
That's what that is.
He don't know.
But
You
here's-
saving his life in more ways than one.
On a daily basis. I
hear
am lactose intolerant.
I
I
hear
got a
them
freezer
ch-
full of
listen,
ice cream. Okay?
I have woken up to them cheeks slipping while she is dead asleep, and it has woken me out of my sleep, and not from the sound. Let me tell you, I understand. We are Joneses. This happened, and the thing is, the card never said that it had to be someone else's farts. It specifically said every time you smell a fart, which even means your own.
I have no clue what you're talking about. I have
Yeah,
no-
well, it's so rare, so I'm good with salivating when I see it.
Anytime somebody say they rarely fart, I know they farting all the time. Eddie, I am so sorry, sir. I know that he jumped out the.
We lost him.
He said, "I'm not gonna be involved with this at all." That was
Yeah,
that
I
is.
think he was freezing and sticking, and I think he may have had some problems.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
we're seeing some issues on our end too. Like the audio is going through where I can see the on my phone over to my side. I can see the captions, but for whatever reason, we are very choppy and robotic in the picture frame. So it's weird, but we're gonna press on because we almost done.
We almost at the end, and there's food waiting.
I know that's right. Jesus, my stomach is in my kneecaps. Would you rather pee a little bit every time someone says your name, or we've done this one before? No, we've done this before. You haven't heard this one before, I don't think. Give your grandmother a dildo for her birthday and write, "Grandpa will always be with you," on the card.
Yeah, we did this one, and we all chose
yeah, I did it.
the grandma a dildo.
You can actually have someone's remains now created into one. So
Ew.
She only researched that because when I die, she don't want to lose me.
It's that part.
no,
Like you
And I
mean
know
the
I
whole
froze at that
body
moment.
created the whole body.
Yeah,
created
into a dildo. Yes, you can.
like your whole body going. That's not okay. No.
It's a
Like
thing.
Hey,
chop it off,
if
freeze it, and cryogenic.
If they are the best you've ever had, You may want to keep it, and you ain't got to
Well,
go that
that
far. You can
part-
get plastic molds. You have to wait till they're down to get a
but
plastic mold.
not the whole body, but that particular part.
But the whole body was good to you. They might have had a good tongue. You don't want to lose that aspect. Anyway, would you rather have everyone in the room die except you, or get shot in both kneecaps?
What come? Would I rather everybody in the room get shot but me, or should I get shot in the kneecaps? Both kneecaps?
Both kneecaps.
I'll take
Trick
one
said,
for
what
the
did I
team.
come back into the room to?
Well, it depends on who in the room. I don't care about everybody, but I can take one.
And
for the
everybody
team or something.
who's all in your room right now? The room you
I'm
in?
the
Who's
only
all in the
one.
who's on the room? Oh,
I'm the
okay.
only one.
Well, that makes it easy choice.
Yeah, so yeah, shoot everybody.
So it looks like the only one who got somebody in the room with them
Right,
person
so
whose body
pick
might cry
wisely,
over there to the
Philanda.
left.
Pick wisely, Philanda.
He has insurance policy. He'll be all right.
That's my girl. She chose right, cause I promise you, I love her. I must see how much resurrection power I have in me. my knees are already bad. What I'm not fixing to do is make my knees worse, getting shot in them. And Trek, what you walked into is this game that I love to play called Pick Your Poison. It's the After Dark edition. You got to pick it up. Some of the weirdest, craziest questions you
Because your
will
boy is
ever have.
disturbed. You didn't warn me about that.
Mike has known me for a long time. He know I'm disturbed.
He
He can't
didn't
tell him I'm
warn me.
disturbed. He knows. He has heard me say some stuff ain't
nobody
nobody
me a
heard
note
me say.
across the table the first time at the dinner table. Could have slid me a note across like, good luck. Something.
Mike said that's your fault. You ain't asking enough
asked
questions.
right
Ain't that right? So, ooh, Jesus. I don't care. I only looked at this one here. I don't care what the other one is. For me, it's this other card because of what's on here. So, would you rather break into a sperm bank and drink everything,
Oh my God.
No. Oh, let's go.
or laugh uncontrollably every time you see someone naked for the first time? I call me Showtime at the Apollo. I'm laughing. Def Comedy Jam. I'm laughing.
Yeah, I'm
He
picking
said
laugh.
just his rage. That's right. I sure is.
I had to text Philanda. I was like, "Have you seen this Def Comedy Jam? I am up here crying, laughing." Yeah, I
You've
do
never
laugh
seen Def
over
Comedy
everything.
Jam?
No, it was the 25th anniversary. And Eddie said we saw it, but I didn't. I was under some stress. I was like, I need to do some laughing, and I went and started looking at that. I was like, "Oh my God, I'm just dying laughing."
Gotcha. Okay, I get it. Eddie, I'm not even gonna disrespect you by letting you answer that question. I know you're gonna laugh with me. I understand. You don't even need to deal with that one. Eric, however, I get it, but that's a whole lot. Is all I'm gonna say. That's a whole lot, sir.
So without implicating myself in any kind of way,
You just did just by saying that. You just implicated all of yourself.
no, like let's just say it wouldn't be the first time I've had a good hearty laugh.
Okay.
Not at me.
He did
All
not
the way up
appreciate
to the
that.
end. All the way up to the end. I was holding my breath, Philanda. I was like, first time you would have had a heart.
You and me both. I was wondering where this was going.
I was scared.
I was gonna
I'm
say,
just
have you? What are you trying to say? How much you had to drink at one time? What we doing?
Right,
We went from
I'm like,
videos to
whoa.
hold on now.
Moving on.
So, would you rather cut off your nipples with a butter knife, or walk half a mile barefoot through 2 feet of maggots?
Maggots don't hurt.
Eddie, I
Maggots do
love
not
you.
hurt.
Maggots are disgusting, though.
I walk through some maggots. Roll with maggots. I mean,
2 feet of them, though. 2 feet of them.
yeah.
So
My skin is crawling just thinking about it.
I cannot. My skin is crawling just thinking about
That's
that.
what I'm saying. Yeah.
The only thing that would suck is but they ain't doing anything.
I can't even stand the sight of maggots. Like, I hate bugs. Like, I can't do it. Like, I will burn. If I find a maggot, I will burn this building down to the ground. I kid you not.
So should we hand you some butter knives?
Just get. Like, seriously though, they just nipples. I cannot.
I'm gonna have to make her walk through those 2 feet of maggot. I'm gonna have to make her walk through 2 feet of maggots because I like her nipples and I like them right where they're at. She got to walk through them. I'm a dude. Our nipples are useless. They really don't do anything. So I'm thinking about the butter knife, but at the same time, Eddie's right. That they're just maggots. Ain't doing. I wash my feet after.
Well, Philanda, enjoy the maggots, cause your husband said,
She got to walk through the maggots. I promise you that right now.
Guess what's not gonna happen?
You can either walk in them or dive face first in them. But I
That
promise
sounds like
you,
a good time to get a boob job afterward, cause y'all could get some nipples tattooed or whatever.
ain't the
they do,
same. Ain't the
prosthetic
same.
ones.
I like my originals. Nope, I'm cool with that.
It's not happening. That's gross.
You can either walk through them or dive face first in them. But I promise you, them staying where they is at. Would you rather only be able to eat things you find in a public trash can? For me, it's that one. Right away. Or swallow a used condom you found on the sidewalk.
what kind of choices are these?
Disturbing ones.
I'm eating out of a trash can.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm
That's
eating
what
out
it
of
said. It
trash
wasn't even a
can.
question for me. We going right to the trash can.
Yeah.
And your son is in the grill. He said, "Yep, I'm giving the trash can."
And I'm gonna enjoy it. You sitting there, whoever want to eat a condom, I'm gonna look at you while I'm eating out of that garbage can.
What if it's a bag of condoms with semen in it?
I didn't say I have to eat everything in the trash can. I know how I can pick around. I just have to eat.
I thought it said you have to eat everything in the trash can.
Is it everything in the trash can?
It said only be able to eat things you find in a public trash can.
Yeah, that one.
I love my boy Mike. My boy Mike said, "What in the blue hell?" I love it. Yeah, this is what these questions are, dog. You gotta pick the game up. I promise you, it is. It's great fun. Pick the game up and play it with Paul while y'all drink. I promise you, you'll have tons of fun with it. So here we go. Eric said, "Don't tempt me with a good time."
It don't mean I gotta be sober. I could be go drink and be high as a kite.
Yup.
Whatever's in the garbage can.
But what I ain't ever gonna do is eat it. I promise. Nah, not at all. Would you rather be sexually attracted to an inanimate object and nothing else, or tell everyone you're a registered sex offender?
Inanimate objects.
Inanimate object. Yep.
There's no return from the whole sex offender thing. So yeah.
I like sex too much. Go ahead and let me go ahead and tell everybody I'm a registered sex offender. I'll tell them. It don't mean it's true. It didn't say you had to be one. It said you had to tell them you are.
That's all that'll ruin your life. I look at an inanimate object, be turned on, and screw him. Okay, I'm not doing it.
Cause what's going?
What I would do with it, I would take whatever card that he has and say, "This is why I'm telling you this."
That's right. I'm writing it down on the card. This is why I'm gonna tell you this. And so Eric said his TV is looking mighty sexy.
I know, right? That's what I'm talking about. I'm like, I'll do the.
Because
it's some objects that can get it before certain people. Let me just be honest with you. Like,
but see, that's because y'all are females. Y'all got all kinds of objects anyway. We as men don't have too many inanimate objects anyway. Y'all got roses and soul snatchers and all kinds of stuff. Y'all got lawnmowers and Toyota Corollas
Hey,
and
if that's
whatnot.
how y'all getting it, that's how y'all getting it. That's less work for you.
and he said bed is
He did. I love it. Once again, I'm a man. I got to put in some work now. Hold on now. I ain't gonna now. Listen. I don't care how many. I don't care how many the thing with the batteries gave you. I'm trying to give you a few more afterwards. Now I'm 42 now, so it ain't happening as often because I'm old and I sweat myself to death beforehand and half pass out and I get cramps and I got knees and stuff. So all them extra things help her. I ain't got them. I'm gonna tell you with the card in my hand. This is what I'm telling you.
With the one commercial that you didn't show tonight, I'm just saying she probably got something for you.
And she does. There are fleshlights and everything, but you know what it don't feel like? You. That what it don't feel like. How about that?
Apple pie.
Love you, Mike. I love you. Love it.
Yeah, because I can't tell you that everything don't feel like a man, but I don't know if a man has that same issue where you can do all these other things, but it don't feel like a woman. Because you see the apple pie comment, and I've seen watermelon, and I've seen some other stuff. I don't know.
And you know what it don't feel like? Coochie. I can promise you that right now. I can promise you it don't. Eric, how I know? Cause I know what Gucci feel like, and I've eaten apple pie and I've eaten Gucci, and they don't feel the same. Let me just go ahead and put it out there raw for you like that. They don't feel the same. Ain't nothing the same about them. Texture, taste, moisture, none of that. Nothing feel the same. Apple pie don't grab you by the back of your head and try to suffocate you cause it's good. Okay. I ain't never had apple pie wrap sides around my throat and try to snap my neck because it was good. And apple pie ain't never trying to scoot itself on his butt cheeks and run up a wall trying to get away from me because it's good. That ain't how it works.
Eddie's face is killing me.
Apple pie don't feel the same. I know American Pie has got a lot of dudes, a lot of young dudes thinking that it works. But let me tell you something else real quick. Let me tell you something. I may have went to the wrong restaurant, but here's why. Because I don't frequent this side of the hand restaurants anymore. I go this side. You see my wife, I go this side of the hand restaurants. And this side of the hand, we don't do that. That side, apple pie, it's a person in apple pie who did it. He was on this side of the hand. I'm just saying, wasn't on this side. I'm this side. Don't say the same.
Moving on, sir.
You take care of that.
Let's do about 3 more and then we could. What happened?
Do we lose him?
I said, not to mention that if you want that 3rd-degree burn, good luck on that.
Thank you, sir. That's what I'm talking about. Listen, what I cannot do is get burned on that. Especially if all I'm attracted to is inanimate objects. Now I can't get anybody to on the burns. No, I'm good. Nope. I need a little speaking to the microphone. While I chew.
Hey, sir.
Speaking of which, real quick, I saw this on a reel. It was hilarious. It was just a picture on somebody's reel, and what it was 2 people in the number position. Because I'm gonna try to be nice because I had gone overboard way too far anyway. They was in that number position. The number position. They had the one number that looks they was in that position, but they both had their phones and they were FaceTiming each other while they were doing it. Got to try that. So, would you rather? The look on her face as she's looking at me is wonderful. Get mauled by a pack of stray pit bulls, or perform surgery on a loved. We did both of those. Hold on.
We did both of those.
Let me get something better. Hold on. Let me
pull from a different part of the deck.
I got 6 decks sitting around here now. Do the way I'm doing it. Let's see here. Let's go do it this way. Okay, and then we're gonna go take these 2 right off the top. Okay. Would you rather?
The reason that I know is because anus is recalcitrantly unable to reply.
Love it. And this is why he's
I'm
one of the
just
most
saying,
educated men I knew.
Eric got a question.
Oh, the whole tangent I was on was my version of the answer, but your answer was much more educated, and so I appreciate your answer because it was wonderful. Your wife said she missed your answer, so could you please re-answer him so she can hear your educated answer too?
Oh, I just told Eric that because I know that a penis is recalcitrantly opposed to being burned in any kind of way. So yeah, that's how I know that. Somebody
No
with the-
comment. No moving on. I was gonna say something, but I've
Leave it
already
alone.
told enough on my.
Third degree burns, not the little small burns. She has burned some folks before because they asked for it. We talking about third degree burns. Some top burns that send you to the hospital and you need skin grafts.
Moving on. What was the question?
Ain't no dude trying to get a skin graft on his penis. I'm sorry that ain't the case. Would you rather give you about 3 more of these and then we can wrap it on up? Have sex with your most attractive cousin, or lose a week of your life every time you have sex?
Well, I guess I'm gonna be dead.
What? I'm not losing a week of my life or whatever.
I mean,
it is.
technically,
I got to figure out which. I got to
we
figure
all
out.
related. The most attractive cousin. So I
I got to figure out which cousin I got is attractive, and then find out how far down the line they are. Cause it didn't say your first cousin; it said cousin. Let me find a 10th cousin that's real fine.
Did they have the? No, like technically we all related anyway. I mean, Adam.
What I'm not about to.
Let's move on.
I only got 24 years left anyway. What I'm not about to do is lose some extra ones every time I'm getting it. I'm sorry that cannot be the case. I'm sorry. I got to. Eric said it's just like the cousin once removed.
I might not have lived to 40. No.
Yeah, I need to. Hold on, wait a second. Did Tina just say she was getting in like that? She said she might not have lived till 40. She's already past 40, so she said she would have had enough to kill her before she hit 40.
You know how we had sons? We got 4.
I ain't even mad at you. I ain't even mad at you.
I ain't sleeping with no cousins. Heaven is the goal.
I can repent. It ain't said I had to continually do it. It just said I had to do it. That means once.
Look,
I could do it at grace.
Cleopatra documentary, was that really a clause? I mean,
Right. Okay, here we go. Trex, I got some fine. This is cousins. Ironically educated. Well, come on, come stay with some family so I can see my boy. Sorry, he like a brother to me. He got some family down here. He ain't came to visit his family, which means he ain't came to visit his other family. I mean, you can't stay with us because we ain't got a room. Our studio's in the spare bedroom, so you know. But you still got to get down here.
I could work.
He got some. He already got some family in Decatur, so you know. Would you rather cut off one of your ears with a pair of children's safety scissors, or poop next to every dog you see pooping, proceed to yell at the dog owner for not picking up your poop?
The second one. I love to yell at random people faster than I would cut my ear off.
She said, I love yelling at random people. That's hilarious. Let's see here. Okay, so I got 2 more. So here we go. Let's do this. And then we're going to move this right here. And then I'm going to pick you because you're trying to jump in my hand anyway.
Just drop it.
That is 8 years from now. No, I'm sorry, not 8 years. That's 12 years from now. Okay. So, would you rather die in 2035 or lose your sex organs?
What?
Oh wait, I don't know.
I don't fear death, so I will tell you. I'll be living it up to 2035.
Yeah. I'm listen. I always tell people I got 23 years left. I can cut that in a little over half and take 12. Yep.
Look, if I only got to 2035, then I'm going out with a bang.
Oh, I'm going out
Right,
with a
that
bang,
part.
literally.
Literally, because there ain't no better way to go.
Cause listen, if I had to give up life to keep them, you gonna need a wheelchair.
What that song say? Every day and every single night.
Man.
Done that one. Okay,
What you doing, honey? Working on my to-do list?
That right. Which is you. Nope, we did that one too. Hold on, I'm trying to catch ones I know y'all haven't done.
So you
'Cause they're
die
different
before
combinations. Here
you
we
gonna
go.
die before 2035.
I'm gonna die of dehydration. Shrek said there's gonna be that is not black friendly, Mike. You're not supposed to say that. He said there's gonna be a lot of fatherless kids. All right, so this one and then one more and then we out. Would you rather have everyone you know be convinced you've had sex with another species, or have a friend or family member die every year on your birthday?
Oh,
Now, what was the first one again?
Have everyone you know be convinced you've had sex with another species. Just call me Planet of the Apes. I have experienced enough death in these last 3 years
Yeah, because that
to
don't
last
even
me.
sound. Yeah, that don't sound.
believe
compelling.
what you want to believe. As long as you ain't see
They
the
already
video, it
believe.
never happened.
They already
Right.
believe that we have another, so it don't matter to me. They
Yeah.
already believe in it.
I gotta make this last one a good one. So I'm gonna be looking to make this last one a good one to see.
Stop before you lose a podcast guest.
I like that
host,
one.
or whatever.
Okay, let's see here. And let's try this one.
That energy drink was a fail.
Nah, the times won't let me do that one. That was too real for the times at the moment.
Sir, you about to get the
Hey, look. I said I got to make sure this last one's a great
got
one.
that T-Mobile internet. Yes, we do.
Nah, I ain't gonna do that one either. Okay.
hey.
Hey, look, I got to make this last one a good one. Leave me alone. Go leave me alone. I'm trying to. Did she hear me say I'm trying to make this last
Sir,
one a
you
good
got
one?
dead air in this podcast. Wrap it up.
That's why I'm talking through it. You could be a good co-host and talk while I'm trying to find a good one. See, this is what I'm talking. This is why she get fired so often.
I'm about to come up with one on my own.
Eddie came up with a lot of. He saw a lot of like really good games.
There you
got
go.
like
They gotta be
Amazon,
good.
and they got like these games on there, and we get together as a family, and you have to like log in with your phone and play
Mm-hmm.
on. That's pretty cool, and it's free. Pretty good game.
Okay,
family
this one-
nights.
This one ain't that great, but at least it's kind of equivalent.
Right, you are right, Eric. I do identify as overqualified for this show anyway.
And let me tell you, Eric, as the person who is the host and owner and founder of this show, she is not.
She is clenching her pearls. How dare you?
And that shows you how much she's not qualified for it, because one, she'll have pearls on, and two, you had to tell her to clench her pearls in order for her to clench her pearls. I need a proactive. I need to be proactive,
Wrap it up or
not
you don't get your
reactive.
pearls clenched, all right?
That's okay. You go to sleep. You can have a pearl necklace in your sleep. That's not my problem. So would you rather? Oh, Facebook don't like me. Poop a little bit every time you sit down, or be forced to shout "God isn't real" at every person who blesses you after you sneeze.
I'll poop a little bit. You're gonna do that anyway. You're gonna do that anyway as you get older. Keep living long enough.
I ain't trying to live that old. That incontinence is becomes a normality for me. I don't want that. I don't want that. I,
Yeah, I'm with Eddie. We'll be some poopy booties, some mud booties.
see, the problem for me is that I have great allergies to foul smells. I get very angry, discontent, snarky, and violent sometimes if the smell is bad enough. So yeah, I don't know if I could do the pooping every time I sit down. I don't think that could be the case.
That's part of our divorce clause
Yeah.
as well. So
Yeah.
we're not gonna make it.
Yeah. So I didn't put all the cards away before I listened to what the other one was. I forgot what the other one was again. What was the other one?
Oh,
Poop every time you sit down a little bit, or
said
what?
God's not real every time somebody
yeah,
says
yeah.
God bless you after you sneeze.
I'll scream it and then say psych afterwards. He said, Azo said, well, thank God for depends. I'll say it, but then, like I said, it don't mean that I have to not say psych at the end of it. It's just going to be, God's not real, psych! Here's one. Okay, I know I said that was the last one, but this is a better one. I can't go out on a sour note like that. That was a bad note. That wasn't good enough. Here's a good note, though. Here's one. Last one, I promise. Last one. Here we go. Would you rather eat a popsicle made from the judge's urine? I'm the judge of the game, just for the record. Technically, the way the game's being played right now, I'm the judge. So would you rather eat a popsicle made from my urine or shoot yourself in the foot?
I'm taking the bullet.
Taking a bullet.
Oh my God, that's bad with your own wife. Your wife is like, I'm not doing golden showers.
It is. Look, it
Well, I
says
mean-
shoot yourself in the foot. It didn't say a gun. So I'm gonna shoot whatever. I shoot myself with a salt shooter.
Yeah, I'm doing the shooting
with a water gun or something. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot.
because there is no video. I don't swallow, sir. I am offended. I am a lady.
There's no video, but
Shut
I'm a
up,
living
shut
witness.
Shut up.
Can I get a witness? Yes, you can. Mike said I poop a little bit whenever I hear certain rap music these days anyway, so.
Rap music.
Trash. Some
I,
trash out here.
it's my own urine, and I'm still going to shoot myself in the foot, so I wouldn't recommend anybody partake of the toxicity that comes from my
Can y'all
being.
hear me? Let me clarify something.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Because earlier I was having computer problems and Tina in my character. I did not get upset because she wanted to buy me some clothes. I want to make sure everybody understands this.
Love it. Go ahead, clear it up, sir.
My issue is that I was always taught, and this wasn't by my mother, by men, is that until a woman is married with you and you have a contract, you married, you should always allow a woman to dress you, because when you allow a woman to dress you, that's a means of control. So my thing was, hey man, we dating. I'm not asking you to wear this particular dress and do this and that and this. So, and then even my mother, when she saw that, because I never wore jeans, and Tina bought me some jeans or something, and my mother was like, "You got him to wear some jeans?" She was shocked, right? Because that's something that I was raised to believe. I'm not saying it was right, but I do think that sometimes women, right, have a habit of thinking that men can't dress and don't understand that men have a particular way of dressing for a reason. There are ways that we dress to communicate something to another man that you probably would not understand as a woman. Now, there are ways that we might dress with you because we're with you, right? But there are differences in how we dress, right? In colors, everything. If I come to work dressed in a very, I'm just going to use that frou color every day, and I'm wearing pink and lavender every day, that may send a conclusion to some jacked up dude. Oh, right. Now, if I come in dressed in all black, there's messages that you send, right? So I wanted to make sure we clear on that. It wasn't just me just getting mad for absolutely no reason. And I'm pretty sure I explained that then, but Tina has selective memory too, so that.
He said you selective. I love it. I love it. I
Well,
love
the
it.
thing is, it's like, it doesn't matter if you married to the person, if you've asked that person to marry you.
Oh, it does matter.
No, I don't think so. Is that the way you see it, Jesse? Is that like a thing with men? They feel like if a woman is buying them clothes, they're trying to control the way he dress.
I can't speak for all men. It's not for me. That's not the reason that I have issue with it. But I've heard that before. Yeah, that it's a controlling thing. You will get, especially, and where a lot of where it comes from is the stereotype of married men. You'll hear married men said, "Oh, my wife dressed me," and those men who usually say things like, "Oh, my wife dressed me," are usually these passive men who allow their wives to run over them. Their wives have a Roseanne Arnold type personality, while they have a Steve Urkel kind of personality.
Oh, wow.
And so that has become a stereotype that is used as a form of control. Because if you can control how I dress, you can control me, because you are controlling how I appear to the world. Men are in general are taught that two things will help you feel like your best self, and their expressions of you: how you have your hair, your haircut, and the clothes that you wear. So if I'm wearing what makes you happy as opposed to what makes me happy, I'm allowing you to control my mood, my temperament, my presentation to the world, how I feel, the whole nine. And so most men are generally taught, you don't let no woman who's not your wife control you. So you don't let her buy you no clothes. You don't let her pay for no dinners. You don't let her, like that. All of those things come from those types of teachings. You don't let women do certain things, because if they do, they now control you. And we're taught we're supposed to have the control.
Like that, but you got to protect yourself from the possibility of that.
Muhammad Ali said it best when he was talking about white folks. He said it this way. He said, if you have a room full of 1 million vipers and you can close the door,
Like Eric.
and like 10 of them are good vipers, non-poisonous, and they're friendly, but the rest are viperous, poisonous, and are trying to kill you. Are you going to close the door on all of them, or are you going to take the chance of trying to find out which 10 are the right ones? Chance are you going to close the door on all of them. This is what men do. They will generally close the door on all y'all for stuff like that, and then eventually find out that the woman is good. Mm-hmm.
A man
absolutely.
Tell a woman, you go wear this type of whatever, right? Who am I to tell you what type of bra, panties, and whatever you supposed to wear? That's your body. That's how you feel comfortable. But you walk up and tell somebody, no, I don't want to see you.
I saw Eric's comment.
Right? But you only gonna wear this type of dress. And you're like, well, that's not flattering to me. That makes me comfortable. You don't see what I'm saying? So it comes down to an issue of control, and that's a very old school mentality.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And so those things are taught. Those things are passed down. And so you hear it often enough, you react in that way. You react to protect yourself from being controlled, so that you can be the kind of man that you were taught to be, even if that type of man you were taught to be isn't a good man at all.
That's true.
Well, I think that men, they have the ability to understand what spirit you're doing it in, and some women, like myself,
no, they don't.
Just like to be helpful. And
no, they don't.
Like Eddie, he was dressing goth. He was goth. Come on, man. And
no, they don't.
It was like you going to a funeral every day.
I don't think you
like,
know.
No, they don't.
Goth is just preppy, but never goth.
Look goth to me.
Because you don't know what goth is.
It was always so dark. Like, and you don't wear jeans. Like,
did you see paint in my face? Was I wearing?
Like, you don't wear jeans. You didn't wear jeans and gym shoes, and I was like, that was.
I rarely ever wear jeans and gym shoes. Like, I just started wearing sweatpants like 2 or 3 years ago. I wear slacks almost everywhere I go, or especially when we first dated. I wore slacks everywhere, slacks and dress shoes everywhere.
I was taught to
Because
dress that way.
for me, it wasn't even so much a thing that I was taught to do that. Although my dad did teach me, in most places you want to dress as best as possible. I was wearing it because 90% of the places that I was going to, I need to dress up. So for work, I'd have dress attire because I was working for the state. I was I had to go. I went to church like 6 days out of 7, and so I was always dressed for that because I was ministering or doing something. There was no time for me to ever have dress down. So why would I own jeans? Why do I need sneakers? Why do I need to have sweatpants? Let me just keep these slacks and these dress shoes and keep it moving. Dress shirts, keep it moving. Like even now, my closet is still filled with mostly dress clothes. Even though now I wear more sweatpants than anything else because I'm home most of the time. I work from home. 90% of my days are now at home. And then I go to church. So I have special church clothes. And now the rest of the stuff is just kind of casual. It's what it is now.
Well, I kind of
Yeah,
felt
that's what
like
I
I
was
was
probably-
fulfilling something that was missing.
Business casual.
Not necessarily controlling, but you don't have this. I think you could use that. So it's not to say I'm trying to dress you or whatever. It's just like sometimes you see your mate and you'll see that he doesn't have this. You like to be a good gift because you don't have it. type of thing.
So here's the thing I'll say right before we close. Here's the thing. There's a difference between intent and impact. You were talking about your intent in it, but you can't gauge the impact. Impact will always override intent. If I step on your shoe as I'm walking past you, I may have not intended to step on your foot. But the impact is that pain you feel, and you don't care what my intent is. I hurt your foot. That's what you feel. So your intent may have been, this looks nice on you. But the impact based off of how Eddie was taught as he was growing up is this: we ain't married, so you trying to control me. And you can't and you can't foresee the impact unless you have conversations about triggers and things like that. Those are things are types of conversations that people need to learn how to have in the early stages, so you can begin to better understand each other, so you know what to do. To understand how a person has grown up, what they were taught, what their ideas of manhood, of womanhood is, of a husband, of a wife, of a father, of a mother. Those things are important types of conversations that need to be had so that you can understand each other better. And the more you understand each other, the less argumentative you get, because now you understand that the decisions or the reactions that are coming are not based out of malice, they're based out of training. And now I understand your training, so now let me help you work to get retrained while you help me work to get retrained. So, this has been a phenomenal edition of the Real Talk Podcast. I want to thank my wonderful, phenomenal, outstanding, powerful guests that we've had on here today. The wonderful Mr. Eddie Phillips and his lovely wife, Miss Tina Phillips, the co-founders of the Erudition Network. Please make sure that you follow them and you subscribe to follow and subscribe to the Erudition Network, both on YouTube and on Facebook. They have wonderful podcasts, including the Adroit Living podcast, which I believe is every Monday at 7 Eastern Standard, 5 your time, isn't it 5 Central?
No,
5
Mountain.
5 Mountain.
I'm sorry, 5 Mountain Time. 5 Mountain Time. And then we have, as well as the as Android Living, we have the interactive Black History and session hosted by the phenomenal Eddie Phillips. That's every Thursday, correct, sir?
That's correct.
Thursday also at 7 Eastern, 5 Mountain Time. Look at me, I'm getting good. And they also have behind the scenes, he's been working. I'm going to get him on here too. He's spending too much time behind the scenes doing a whole lot of commenting. They have a wonderful podcast with their sons, both Eddie and I forget your other son's name. I'm so sorry. He going to be so mad at me. I forgot his name. Sean, but both Eddie and Sean, theirs is Saturday. That's the time I don't know. I know it's on Saturday, but I don't know the time.
No, theirs is on Wednesday, but we do a show on Saturday.
Okay, there's so Wednesday is so I was getting close. Wednesday at 5 Mountain and 7 Eastern Standard Time. Tell us real quick about the show on Saturday, because that one I'm not. I knew it was on. There was one on Saturday. I just don't remember what it is.
Saturday evenings we just do a wrap up, basically to cover whatever we talked about during the week, and it's basically the wrap up is done for those who can't get on with us for the interactives, and so they can ask their questions live. It's usually not. I try to make it not as long, and we try to just answer some questions if somebody comes on that maybe somebody wanted to ask live and didn't get a chance to.
These are wonderful podcasts. This is a wonderful couple and a wonderful business entrepreneurship venture that they are going in together. I love it. I love seeing it. It is outstanding. And check this out. I'm gonna say this. He ain't said this, but I'm gonna say this because I believe in it. Listen, if you were trying to start a podcast or you have a podcast going and you're really trying to get some things up, hit them up. Not only do they have some great advice to give you, and they can even do some consulting for a fee. Pay them handsomely for a fee because they got great knowledge. You can see if you can try to be a part of the Erudition network and get some help and guidance along the way. Now I'm gonna tell you because I know them and he ain't gonna say it. Well, he might say it, but I'm gonna say it for him so he don't have to say it. Don't come to him with no trash podcast, no trash crap, trying to say I want to be a part of it. They have an upstanding podcast network where they deal with good, wholesome type stuff. So don't be coming here talking about, I want to do a podcast on how women ain't nothing. Nah, that's not what they're about. Come with some good stuff. But if you want to reach out and talk to them and deal with them, hit them up. I'm not going to say hit them up on their personal Facebook page. I'll say follow them on the Erudition network on Facebook. Message them there, and they'll get back to you. I promise you, it'll be worth it. Listen, this has been a wonderful podcast. Once again, I want to thank my guests, Eddie and Tina Phillips. It's been wonderful. I want to thank my sleepy and have to go to the bathroom wife, who has been wonderful today. I appreciate it, baby. You did good job. You did a good job today. As it is storming outside our door right now, it's just started storming, so I absolutely have to wrap it up now. I appreciate her for doing what she do. This has been the Real Talk Podcast. It's been a wonderful time. Listen, as I always say, no matter what you do, no matter who you are, do yourself a favor and always keep it real. This has been the Real Talk Podcast. Thanks for listening.
This is Real Talk. Real Talk Radio. This is Real Talk. High Praise Ministries presents Real Talk. Real Talk. This is Real Talk. Real Talk Radio. This is Real Talk. High Praise Ministries presents Real Talk. Real Talk. Real Talk.